regular meeting of the Encinitas Planning Commission to order at 6:01. Due to the construction and unavailability of council chambers, this meeting will be conducted with the commission and the public participating remotely through Zoom. Please remember to turn off your cell phones or set them to vibrate. And please also mute your microphone unless you're speaking. Agendas for the meeting are available online. And item 2 is roll call. And do I see Amy on here? Not yet. So let the record reflect that 4 of the planning commissions are present. Commissioner Flicker is absent. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't know if we're going to display the flag again. That was great last time, but we'll begin our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance. So ready, begin. I pledge allegiance, to
the flag
of the United
States
of America and to the republic
for which it stands.
One nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty, justice for all.
Okay. So we continue with special arrangements for tonight's Planning Commission meeting due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Pursuant to the State of California Executive Order N-2920 and the amended County Health Order dated March 18, 2020, which limits gatherings to no more than 10 people, members of the public will only be allowed to participate in the meetings electronically. Tonight's meeting can be accessed and watched at the city's live webcast feed at https://government/agendas-webcasts. Normally, the Planning Commission is also available for viewing on Channel 19 of Cox Communications, Channel 24 on Time Warner Cable, and Channel 99 on AT&T Uverse. Unfortunately, tonight again, Cox, Spectrum, and AT&T Uverse are unavailable due to ongoing broadcast room renovations at City Hall. We also have changes in how oral and written public comments are submitted. Tonight's agenda describes the new process in detail, but I will summarize it. Written public comments to the Planning Commission must be submitted via email by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting and will be forwarded to the Planning Commission. To make oral public comments during the meeting, including oral communications, consent calendar, or regular items, you must register by 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting to join the electronic meeting. Members of the public will not be shown on video. They will be able to watch and listen and to speak when called upon. Each speaker may address the commission for up to 3 minutes or in accordance with the time period established by the chair. We start each meeting with oral communications where anyone wishing to speak on a topic not on tonight's agenda may request to do so by following the process as previously described. Dina, do we have any oral comments?
We do not.
Okay, so we'll move on to changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the published agenda?
There are no changes.
Okay, we now move on to the main part of our agenda. The agenda is normally divided into consent calendar, regular agenda, and commission reports. First up are the consent calendar items. These items are considered non-controversial or routine in nature. All consent calendar items are typically voted on collectively in a single motion without any staff presentation, public comment, or commission deliberation. However, if a member of the public or a commissioner has requested a consent item be heard, the item will be removed from the consent calendar and be given an individual hearing. Items removed from the consent calendar will be heard individually immediately after the consent calendar vote. Tonight's consent calendar is made up of 3 items. Item 6A, Killian residence, case number multi 6807-2020. This is a public hearing to consider a variance request and coastal development permit to allow a remodel and addition to an existing single-family residence, proposing 3 side yard variances along Jasper Street due to street dedication requirements along this frontage. Additionally, a new accessory dwelling unit, ADU, is proposed at the rear of the property consistent with state law requirements. This project is located at 194 Jasper Street in Leucadia. Item 6B is the Mastro's Ocean Club, case number multi 003136-2019. This item was continued from December 17th to date certain at tonight's meeting, and it is recommended again for continuation to the January 21st, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. And this item is a public hearing to consider a minor use permit modification, design review permit, parcel map waiver to consolidate underlying legal lots into one and allow the remodel, addition, and expansion of an existing restaurant, formerly the Chart House Restaurant. This project is located at 2588 South Coast Highway 101 in Cardiff by the Sea. And item 6C is cancellation of the January 7th, 2021 regular Planning Commission meeting. Did the public request any of the items be pulled from consent? Dina, you're muted.
Needed to unmute. No items were pulled off consent.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners wish to pull any? Okay, no. We'll now vote on the consent calendar. Do we have a motion?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
And Susan, that looked like a second there.
Second.
Okay, great. Call the question.
All right, Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Farrow,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod.
Aye.
All right, and it looks like Amy's still not on, so it'll be motion passes 4 ayes and 1 absent.
Okay. Okay. So now we move on to tonight's regular agenda, where we have 2 items. The first item up is item 8A, Shadow and Sons Reconstruction, case number multi 3825-2020. This is a continued public hearing to consider the reconstruction of a commercial building, dining and retail, damaged by fire with landscaping and site improvements and a temporary construction trailer. The project is located at 696 and 698 North Coast Highway 101 and 133 Daphne Street in Leucadia. Are there any disclosures? Seeing none, okay. And we begin with a staff report by Associate Planner Jay DiCioso.
Good evening, commissioners. Oh, sorry, dropped my pen. Start the presentation. All right, do you see that?
Yes.
This is case number 3825, Shadow and Sons. That was originally agendized for December 3rd and continued to tonight. Project regards a reconstruction of a commercial building, dining and retail, destroyed by fire in September 2019 with landscaping and site improvements and a temporary construction trailer. Project site is located at the corner of Daphne Street and North Coast Highway 101, and also known locally as Mosey, Peace Pie Art Gallery, and notably Chateau and Sons. Project is located in the established commercial corridor of North Coast Highway 101. Main features of the corridor include North Coast Highway 101, North Vulcan Avenue, and the NCTD managed railroad tracks, all running parallel north and south. Structures within the vicinity include 1- and 2-story buildings with primarily commercial along North Coast Highway 101 and a mix of uses along North Vulcan Avenue. West of the project site is an established residential neighborhood and the Pacific Ocean beyond. Most buildings are freestanding structures of various ages on substandard or small lots that allow for infill development opportunities. The proposed project conforms with many general plan and specific plan policies regarding land uses, community vision, goals, and objectives. Following construction, the existing retail and restaurant uses are expected to be maintained and resume operation in a slightly smaller but new building. Project design is consistent with the North 101 corridor, North 101 community character with unique materials, colors, and architectural design elements, and similar bulk and mass with the previous single-story structure prior to being destroyed by fire. Building design also includes awning, trellis fencing, vertical siding, exterior lath and plaster of 2 different colors, which all contribute to the significant wall articulation and visual interest. And the proposed structure reduces and minimizes its bulk and mass by including a 2-tone color and use of horizontal and vertical lines for each facade, and applies fencing that surrounds the outdoor dining areas. The pitched roof also lends to a residential appearance. The applicant is proposing the use of a mural in the south elevation, which is encouraged by several design recommendations of the specific plan. However, without the mural, the southern facade is long and flat and lacks visual relief. Other material elements include horizontal and vertical siding and horizontal trellises are depicted on the other elevations and could be applied to the southern elevation to result in all 4 facades sharing common material and colored elements for visual interest. The applicant states that because the southern facade is adjacent to the southern property line, the southern wall is 1 hour fire rated, which also requires all added articulation to also be fire rated, thereby increasing the construction costs of that southern wall. Staff raises the concern for the southern elevation and whether its proposed facade satisfies the listed design review guidelines as shown on the screen for the Planning Commission's consideration. To satisfy these design guidelines, staff also included specific condition SCA 6, which states additional material elements, including horizontal and vertical siding and the horizontal trellis as depicted on the other elevations, shall be applied to the south elevation of the commercial structure to the satisfaction of the Development Services Department. Following construction, the existing retail and restaurants would be maintained and resume operations in a slightly smaller structure than before the fire I described. The table above does not include the outdoor dining areas. Note that although the lease space areas are adjusted larger and smaller, overall the new structure is 47 square feet smaller than before the fire. North 101 section, the North 101 specific plan also preserves the small scale development by requiring parking for new additions and increases or building replacement, as in this project, by identifying the fewer number of the combination of uses per existing parking ratios or the existing on-site parking spaces. For this project, 0 spaces are required in all parking section criteria. The specific plan continues by also saying, and the municipal code also require outdoor dining areas to be included with the restaurant areas when calculating parking requirements. Staff included specific condition SC4, which states any future modifications to the commercial uses, including additions, shall comply with parking and loading zone space requirements of the North 101 corridor specific plan and or municipal code, chapter 3054, in effect at that time to the satisfaction of the Development Services Department. As late as 2016 to 2017, the parking spaces were perpendicular to Daphne. See the upper left photo. This is the on-street parking prior to the project, prior to the fire. Today's condition shows all spaces to be parallel to Daphne in the lower photo. There's fencing to prevent perpendicular parking and a sign posted for only parallel parking on Daphne. All are non-conforming, being partially located on site and in a Daphne right-of-way, and whether they are of the proper size, being area, length, and width, were unconfirmed. As proposed, the North 101 allows on-street parking depicted in the red squares immediately adjacent to the development site to count toward the parking requirement for uses on that site. 4 total on-street parking spaces are available, 3 along Daphne, 1 along 101, as shown in the red boxes. While these on-street parking spaces are available, would be available following construction, they are not required for the proposed project and can be used to satisfy parking requirements of future potential development on the subject property. March, a newsletter collected CPP comments, citizen participation comments, which focused on parking, vehicle U-turns in Calypso Place, of the adjacent subdivision to the west, and a proposed trash location. All correspondence are included in your agenda packet, which supported the project overall. During the public notice period leading up to tonight's meeting, no comments were received. Project has been determined to be exempt from CEQA, which exempts the replacement of a commercial structure with a similar structure in size and use. And the proposed commercial project meets this criteria. Therefore, staff recommends the Planning Commission approve the project reconstruction based on its consistency with the development standards and design recommendations of the general plan, local coastal plan, 101 corridor specific plan, media code. And the building design provides quality materials while maintaining compatibility and purpose with the surrounding areas. Pedestrian experience will be improved by proposing a visually interesting building. The Main Street corridor context would be strengthened, and the proposed project would be required to comply with all applicable building and fire codes through the standard building permit plan checking process. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions for staff?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Brett. And before I go do that, Jim, I think you might have noise in the background. If you could mute when not talking, I think you're the only other open mic. Perfect. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This question for staff or Jay. We actually had an email exchange about the design guidelines for the North 101 specific plan, and you mentioned in your report also that these the longer than 30-foot walls, the blank walls, are required as part of the design, or are not design guidelines, but staff is recommending approval. I just want to make sure that we're understanding that it's at the discretion of to have these blank walls as long as they're treated to the satisfaction of Development Services Department. So I guess what I'm getting at is you're supporting both the 35-foot long blank wall on the alley and also the south wall to have a mural. Is that correct?
Sorry about that. So for the south wall, we are supporting the idea of a mural, but in that time in between the construction of the building and the installation of a mural, we included that condition to ensure that that south wall is articulated. And the southern wall, we did not propose. We felt that because it was unseen from the public, largely unseen, that it also satisfied the conditions or the design guidelines.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
The southern wall is unseen by the public? Is that the one with the mural?
No, I'm sorry. I was speaking about the western wall. Sorry, I misspoke. Thank you.
Much better. Yeah, I'm like, wait, we're putting a mural. There's a mural proposed for that. That's going to be kind of odd to be unseen.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I just wanted to expand on that in terms of the south wall. That's we did have some concerns regarding the south wall, given that we felt that it wasn't consistent with the specific design guidelines, which is why we included that condition to require some additional elements on the south wall to break it up in order to be consistent with the design guidelines. So, which is why we're recommending approval with that condition. But it's up to the commission's discretion if you believe that the proposal with that condition is not adequate in order to make the findings of consistency with the design guidelines.
And Roy, continue a question to staff. Would the mural, could we consider the mural a decoration that would visually break it up and give you guidance that says, as a commission, we would accept the mural in lieu of other structural changes? Because it would be odd to tell you that break it up but put a mural on top of the broken planes, because that would be odd. Is that kind of direction would be okay from us?
Yeah, you have the purview and discretion to provide guidance on how to dress or enhance that elevation to your satisfaction in order to make the design review findings.
Okay, great. Any other questions of staff? Anybody else? I had one. Does the square footage, Jay, that you went through where we're reduced by about 50 square feet, does the before number include the unpermitted enclosed patio?
I'm sorry. The unpermitted enclosed patio was actually counted towards the outdoor dining, not the interior. So that table you're looking at, the first table where it shows a reduction of 47/50 square feet does not include it, but it is considered in the parking calculation.
Okay, perfect. That answers my question. Any other questions? I don't see any. So we will now open the hearing for public comment. Does the applicant wish to address the commission? Jim, this is your time. Jim, or
Yeah.
I think we had Matt.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, I appreciate, Jay, what you did. That's what you did was great. What he said about the unpermitted patio, that wasn't included in the square feet of the original building. So that was correct. I have to, I don't know if this is important or not, but I have from the first SAC meeting at October 23rd in the notes that it says section 3.2.3C3B of the North 101 specific plan allows new development to
Oh, we lost you.
allow same amount of parking spaces that I don't know if we anyway, any new expanded indoor outdoor areas are required to meet the standards. But basically what it's saying is if the square feet is the same and the usage is the same, the existing parking spaces are okay. So,
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else that I can tell you. I mean, I feel like this building is an asset to Encinitas and Leucadia, and I think it'll be a nice looking addition to the town of Leucadia. So,
Okay, and I'll give, if there's public comment, we'll give you a chance to rebut, and we'll leave the public testimony open if we need to call you back up. So, but you can continue. You have a few more minutes if you'd like, or.
Well, I just, I would hope that we can get these permits started. It's been a year now since I decided to do this, and it's been frustrating to say the least. But anyway, I'm still hanging in there, and I would hope that we can get this thing done. I'm underinsured. It's going to cost me $1 million to build this building, and I'd like to get started as soon as possible. I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Dina, are there any public comments?
There are no public speakers for this item.
Okay, and Jay, you don't need to respond to anything, I assume. So we will,
No.
if Jay doesn't need it, okay. We will move on to deliberation. I think I might have another question for Jay, if I can lead off, because I think I was the one that had the most questions on this one, unless, Kevin, did you want to go?
Oops.
Oh, okay.
I only have the one thing to talk about. You go.
Okay, well, I wanted to add one other, which is I just want to understand the parking, and in particular, Jay, I don't know if you can bring up the staff report, page 102.
Give me a second here.
Okay. And it's having to do with the prior parking, the perpendicular parking being on the half on the property, half off the property, and just trying to determine, are we net losing on-site parking, multiple parking spots on a fractional basis? And if so, is that something that we could condition? And I think I could come up with a suggestion too on how to do it. That might be a good way. In other words, historically, there's a parking problem, and I don't want to make it worse. And I think the section of code that Jim spoke about is exactly for that reason. It says if you're underparked beforehand, you only have to replace, keep what you had there, but you have to at least replace what was on site before. So, and I think page 102 is a good exhibit to start with.
All right, give me a second. Sorry. Are you referring to this page? Sorry, it's showing the 5 spaces that are partially on and off.
Yeah, and just if you can share that screen.
Oh, I thought I shared it. My apologies.
Not yet.
There you go.
go. Looks like that's it. Yeah, that in the upper left-hand corner there. And so I don't know if you can zoom in at all on that, but you can see where the cars, the front half of the cars are within the bounds of the what appear to be the property line there. And my first question is that dashed line essentially the property line?
Yes, this is the property line. Sorry, I can't
Right.
zoom. Yes.
And so the existing enclosed patio was unpermitted and it extended out into the right of way. But my point is that the cars were parked half in, half out of this space. And so are we losing some on-site parking as a result here? You know, I understand why we need to turn them and make them parallel to Daphne, and that reduces it to 3. And my question is, is there a way we could require 2 parking spaces at the end of the loading dock? Because that loading dock alley is pretty long, and all you'd have to do is move the trash behind it to the optional location shown on the plans. And so, so the questions I have is, if we did something like that, can you make those employee only parking? And I understand one would have to be ADA. So a whole bunch of questions there. Is that something that is feasible? And are we losing on-site parking in a fractional basis here?
If I may defer to Warren Scott, who can talk about how he arrived at this design versus preserving some of the existing features of the building and where it's
Well, I
located.
think I'm asking a code question first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, not a design question. I'm asking, when you have a parking space half on the lot and half off the lot, how do you count it?
We don't, because it's not conforming. It's not on site, nor all our parking spaces are usually either completely on site or completely off site. And it's actually no way to determine also whether or not, like I said in my presentation, whether they're of the proper dimensions also.
Okay.
Some of it is also, if we pulled some of those spaces forward, now I do know that the applicant was trying to maintain as much of their dining area and building floor area as much as possible. And the previous design also relied on some nonconformities. The new design maintains a lot of the areas that they have kept, and the building doesn't rely on any setback nonconformities or anything of that sort. So as far as the development standards, it's compliant.
Okay.
The new building is.
Excuse me, this is Jim Chateau interrupting you again, but I started that business in 1975, and even previous to that, the parking was half on and half off city property. It's just the way it was. I never even thought about it as whether it was city property or not, but that's the way it was. The other thing I think would be interesting is in my leases, when I do rent spaces, they'll be required, any employees will be required to park either across the coast highway or somewhere else other than around the building. So that will be in the leases for sure. So
Okay.
I don't know if that's interesting or not. But,
And okay, and I'm going to go back and ask Jay another question. Jay, in the pictures you showed in your presentation tonight, it looked like there were fences added before the building burnt down, and that prevented this parking. And it looked like it happened sometime before 2018. So
Right.
It sounds like the condition on the ground when the place burned was 3 spaces out there, and that was really all, and they were off-site completely. So that was new information to me. So I as much as I think it'd be nice to have the additional, I understand the staff report. I agree with it now. So I'm good with the parking.
This is Warren Scott. I hope you don't mind if I interrupt a little bit.
No, no.
On the parking side of it, actually, I realized that the original parking spaces were probably illegal, but was usable. And what we looked at is the driveway loading zone. Although I don't think we can legally count it as parking to show it as per J and all that. It will probably be used for tandem parking for employees or for deliveries and so on. So technically, I think we'll actually have a couple parking spaces there during times when trash is not being delivered or picked up and things like that. So
Well, would it be possible to put, because I think on one of the drawings, it showed the trash enclosure at an optional location halfway up the lot, which would allow you to have two employee parking spaces down there, and the trash could get picked up and deliveries could occur, and the employees would only have to deal with the deliveries or the momentary trash truck. Is that?
Well, the main reason the trash is where it's at is it was just for convenience of the layout for the office or for the spaces and so on, and away from sort of the loading or from the outdoor dining. And we've kept it back. I think you can still park even in front of that as well as all the way down. You might even get 3 parking spaces tandem. And then if you maintain that deliveries are during a certain time, trash is always going to be scheduled. So the people can be out of the parking area during the time of those uses. So I do see that functionally that loading area will be used for parking. I just don't know that I can legally call it out as parking. That's the only question.
Well, my one thought.
Respond.
Yeah, you made the comment about the trash being close to the eating area. Of course, the neighbors immediately behind that could argue that they're not much further in their backyard. So well, I could argue that having it closer to the patio might be incentive, which of course you're going to keep it clean and not smelly anyways. So
Right.
that would be incentive right there. So
That's what Jim said.
This is Jim Chateau again here. I've got one comment. If you do show parking in that alley, I can tell you right now that you're going to have to supply handicap parking as one of the spaces. You know, the ADA will eventually find out that you don't have ADA parking.
Oh, okay, I understand now, and I'm good with the parking. Brett.
Okay, thank you. I was just gonna chime in on the parking. I was looking at this and, well, is this the best we can do for parking? And does the existing parking actually impede walkability? So it does seem that, you look around there and it's like, yeah, it's right in the sidewalk. There's no sidewalk, but there's no sidewalk in Daphne anyways. So, I'm kind of with Warren on this, that let's let the informalities exist here, that there's going to be de facto probably 2 or 3 spots people will really want. And just keep the design as proposed in terms of the parking. And I have other comments, but that's my what I contribute for parking discussion.
And the huge improvement with this new configuration is there's actually a loading dock. So the truck won't be parked out on 101, unloading, loading. So, that's the big improvement. So, okay. And we want to talk design review.
If I may, before we leave this point.
Oh, sure.
Real quick, I just received copies of the location of the parking pods that are going to be constructed in the next few months. And the largest of them, with 41 parking spaces, is directly across the street from Daphne. So the pressure, I mean, I'm very focused on the parking in Leucadia. I know it's our biggest challenge, but I think here in this case, I mean, even if I look at best case, I saw 2.5 spaces on this property. There's going to be 3 spaces where those 2.5 were, and there's going to be 41 spaces across the street. It's as Brett pointed out, I mean, this is historic and historically informal place. So that's all I had to say.
Okay. Anybody else on parking? If not, we can move on to design review on the south wall. Anybody? I support the mural as an approach on the south wall. So, but anybody else?
This is Chateau. I'll tell you, on the south wall, if it's a smooth surface, which it's intended to be, it's a lot easier for the muralist to mural on it. And if it's not broken up, it'll look better. Another thing too is, I don't know if you know who Kevin Anderson is. He's done a lot of murals in Cardiff, and he's done some in Leucadia too. But with a nice seascape, with waves and so forth, I think it'll be an attractive wall that will, anyway, it will be attractive. And it's a lot easier to make a mural on a smooth wall than on a wall that's broken up or layered.
Okay, we'll go back to Planning Commission deliberation. Any comments on design review from the Planning Commission?
Personally, I applaud a good place for a good mural. I mean, Leucadia is becoming famous for some of our big ones, as is Cardiff. The alleys through Encinitas, it's part of what makes us interesting. I was going to ask, one of my questions was going to be, have we settled on an artist here? And sounds like you're thinking of Kevin Anderson, which is a good choice. But we also have a lot of big talent here in town. And I think since this is such a big, large impact space, is going to be hugely visible. I just want to make sure that extra thought and consideration goes into what exactly gets painted there.
I would concur with that, Kevin.
Okay, Brett, I saw your hand up momentarily. And right now I can't see Susan, so I can't tell if she has her hand up. You'll have to speak up.
I could talk about this. Well, you know, I think from our discussion for the Lose Record project, where we gave DZN, you know, really a difficult time for this very similar situation here. And, you know, I like murals too, you know, but I think of murals as a way to fix a problem. I don't know that it's good architecture. I don't think it's the right solution. You know, so I think that there, you know, in the buildings I do, I walk the talk. So my building, the C3 Bank on the 101, it can go zero lot line. It could have a blank wall, I guess, with if we can ignore the design guidelines. So there are ways to make a building that has 4 sides. I've done this throughout Encinitas and other cities. So I guess I'm a little frustrated that we have a design guideline that we're not really adhering to. We need to understand that if it's just a guideline, then we're not going to require anyone to adhere to any design guideline. And in this case, a mural seems to be a fix-all for a very aggressive build-out for a site. I mean, I like what the mural proposed, and like I said, I like murals, but I think that this is problematic for me as an architect, and urbanistically, I think it's a mistake. So, but what I would do is, you know, that's why I was asking Jay about if development staff recommends this, and I'd also like to defer to the representative for this district, Kevin Doyle, and he seems to be good with this, that I could go with that, you know, as kind of his backyard. One thing I would like to see for sure is, so the idea of windows also is they create safer spaces, they create eyes on the street, they kind of discourage nefarious activity, criminal activity, drug use, thefts, break-ins. I'd like to definitely see on the west wall that is 35 feet and blank, some window articulation. I would trust staff to work with the architect to come up with something there that both addresses, you know, necessary security, is functional, but also just gets a little more eyes on the street there. So I think that's something the project should have. So I'd like to see a window on the west wall, and I can go along with the rest of the commission if they want to see murals and blank walls built in this project. Thanks.
Can I just ask you a question to Commissioner Farrow? I'm a little bit unclear on exactly what is your issue with mural?
Yeah, it's the mural. Like I said, murals are fine, but if you kind of, driving this corridor today, I was looking for how many blank walls you really have. One of them is right next door to Norte Especial, facing the 101. So, you know, it's kind of the mistakes of the 50s, 60s, and 70s, where these blank walls, these aggressive build outs before we had any kind of guidelines. And, you know, a building, there may be nothing built there, and who knows if the mural is maintained. It's kind of a problem throughout cities that blank walls are put up. They don't always have murals. So I think that the mural does ameliorate this concern. But just in general, you can get a 4-dimensional architecture without blank walls. It's kind of a quick fallback we're doing now for all the projects in the 101. And I just think that better projects could emerge from this. Better quality spaces too, more windows, more air circulation, just creates a better building in general.
Can we hear from Susan, please?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'd like to put my 2 cents in about the parking. I don't really mind that they don't have that parking delineated, because we have, you know, the area where people park next to the tracks, always just to add that in. And then about the mural, what I would love to see with that mural would be maybe some mosaic articulation, some elements of mosaic perhaps added in rather than simple paint. I think it's a mosaic type element might be not the whole thing, because that's really expensive to do over a large mural area, but maybe some elements of that, and maybe a slight wrap of that mural around onto that west corner just a little bit. And I agree with the idea about lighting as an architectural element that helps define and add security on that west back wall of the building.
You said lighting, did you mean a window in the back?
I noticed that when I looked at it, that the buildings that are to the west of the project, the existing buildings, are up higher. Their windows they looking down that way, and so I think from that point of view, they will see some of that west wall, and I think that while the existing building doesn't provide anything at all, it wouldn't be that much to ask to wrap a little bit of the mural toward that side. Not a big, fancy, another big, huge, fill the whole wall mural. I think lighting helps in that area for security reasons. And I think that lighting can also be decorative. It can cast certain shadows. And so depending what lighting is selected, it can enhance what they see from that side and at the same time provide for more security. So those are just some suggestions, some thoughts, my 2 cents worth that I'm putting in terms of design.
And I want to
as an architect.
I want to be careful that we're not trying to redesign the project, that really we have a project in front of us and that's what we're considering. So the question really on the table is, is the solid wall with a mural, what's in front of us today, is that enough to push you to say you can't make the findings for design review? That's really the question. What we would like, that's really, it's kind of like with the parking, I would have to make a finding first on the parking that there was existing previous parking that is going away, and that I now realize I can't make, so I'm good with the parking and no further changes. So I think there's a parallel to that to this design review. Susan, you got your hand up, and then Kevin.
Well, in general, yes, I support that mural. So just at the bottom line.
Okay, Kevin, your hand up.
Now, I'm excited about the mural. I'm also, I've been very uncomfortable about this large blank wall. And Brett brings up a really good point, and it is, without the mural, it violates a lot of our guidelines. Now, I know Jim's brought up, and Warren as well. I think that, a beautiful rectangle to paint on with a nice surface, it is easy to paint on. But I know Kevin can paint on anything. I mean, we could actually have some articulation in this wall. I mean, I don't know if it's intended to be painted. I'm not sure if it's necessary to put windows in it, but it could be interesting to just jog it in, jog it out a little bit, make Kevin work for his money. It could be a good look. I mean, honestly, if I'm an artist myself, and I thrive on challenges, and I like to push people to do that. So I don't know. I'm not 100% sold on the flat wall. I guess Bruce and Amy, I'd love to hear where you're coming from on this. What's your this one's worthy of discussion or conversation.
Amy?
Go.
So
flat or jogged?
Amy, did you catch that question to you?
I meant flat or jogged.
Yeah.
Honestly, let's just go.
Yeah, then I'll hop in too. This is kind of a unique case in my mind because it's rebuilding it's rebuilding substantially in the same form and structure as was there previously. And so that's a case where that would probably, in my mind, allow us to forego the design review guideline on the blank wall if it's going to be muraled. So I'd want to see a condition that it has a decorative mural. And I was just looking to pull up the drawing, the photos from before the fire. It had a jog in that wall, although it was just one little 2-foot step or so, and it was actually a bigger wall. And did it have a mural on it back then? I don't know if and Jim, you could answer.
I'm on here too. No,
Okay.
it did have a mural. It had signs on it.
It's signs.
At one earlier in 75, it had somewhat of a mural on it, but after that, it was just a few signs.
Jay, can you pull up photograph 48? That shows that wall, what was there.
Yeah, give me a second here. Let me go to the
And
app.
also, I just want to note that the wall across from, in front of that, which is part of the restaurant, Norte, blocks about 50% of the wall. So even our mural is going to be sort of, the mass of the wall is going to be broken up from there. There's actually 4 feet from the wall from Norte to the actual property line of us, which is vacant land. And I don't know if somebody could actually plant that and put some landscaping in there by the owner of the north property or south property. It's actually, I'm on my thing, it shows 48 of, on your displays. No, on your report.
Oh, sorry.
48.
Yeah, number 48 of your report.
I've got another idea. Sorry.
I just thought that would clarify what it looks like then to now. And we do have a sloped roof on top of that, would make it a little taller, but the wall itself is not much taller than what was originally there.
I'm looking at the same photo, Google Maps.
Yeah, that's it.
Looking at that one.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect.
I honestly was unclear about the gap between this wall and the La Especial Norte wall. So it will be sunken. Honestly, I think I'm with Amy here. This is Chateau. This is like a piece of our history. I mean, I live pretty darn close to this, and I swear to God, I cried when this happened.
Yeah.
It was, and Jim, huge props to you for coming back and building again and keeping the same tenants, and it's beautiful. You're a beautiful man.
And Brett, that's my reasoning, is that I think what this building is more of a recreation of what was there, and brings some of it into code, improves the parking slightly, and certainly improves the loading dock. And I think the mural fits in with the rather decorative painting that was on the previous eclectic and decorative painting. And I think it all kind of fits and flows. And so I do believe we should enforce our design review guidelines, but this one, I think that it's an asterisk that says, there's already a wall that's going to block a lot of it. And so I'm okay with it moving forward. So.
Yeah, okay, I can go along with that. I mean, I try to adhere to the design guidelines in all my projects, but this is a case where maybe there's an exception, and I do feel pretty bad we didn't, how we had DZN go forward and redesign their building, which what we got was a protest design actually with just a fake window. So yeah, I'd rather see a mural than someone just doing treatment on the building. And as far as the artist, like whatever Jim wants to do, or if there's any progress Locadia 101, then that's great too. Yeah. Last thing I'll say, I really love that picture of the building in 1981. That was so cool. That was a good, I don't know if you guys saw that, but it's something to check out. That's something really neat. But yeah, I'm not going to oppose this project, but I would like to see a window on the west wall when everything happens.
We can always add a window on the west wall if that's necessary. Yeah.
Okay, so is that something we can leave to as an added condition to the approval that says to staff's satisfaction, work on adding visibility into the west wall, window in the west wall, but ultimately leave the discretion to Jay and staff? Is that okay, Brett?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Jay's pretty tough. He usually makes me do a lot of things.
You really? So are there any other issues, or we ready to have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the staff report with the addendum that we ask the applicant to work with staff on the west elevation to break it up with a window or Will- or
Really?
the west elevation, the part facing towards the alley,
Why?
because it's a 35-foot blank wall
Oh my gosh.
and it's not getting a mural, and there's people who live right there.
I'll second.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Roy.
Yeah, I just want to clarify the motion. I want to make sure that it's understood. The draft resolution that's before you includes a condition to require the additional elements along that south wall. So if the commission is supportive of the mural along that wall, I would advise to also include in your motion to delete condition SCA 6 and add the condition to add a window along the west elevation to the satisfaction of the Development Services Department.
Thank you very much, Roy. I amend my motion to include that addition, the removal of SCA 6 and you phrased it so beautifully, Roy.
Oh, wait. Let me just
Okay.
understand what we're
Okay.
doing here. So
Okay.
we are making a motion that has to have a window in.
The Brett brought up the concern that the rear elevation leading to the loading dock is a big flat wall.
Uh-huh.
It's got no mural on it. It's just a big flat wall. It's
And it
in
needs a
violation.
window.
Or something. Brett, maybe you can
Yeah, Amy, it's
Except
what the idea is that when you have a wall without windows, bad activities can happen. So you can have
It hasn't had a window
where-
all these years, Brett.
Yeah, Amy, I think the important thing here is the applicant is willing. And so all we're doing is adding a condition to the willingness of the applicant to work with staff on that. If the applicant was not willing, then we probably couldn't go ahead and redesign the project. We would have to vote up or down on the design review based on that one window. So, but in this case, Warren Scott said he would work with staff. And so that's why we're also making it even easier and that there's discretion with the staff now within this motion that whatever's feasible and works. If it doesn't ultimately work, they don't even have to do it because of that discretion. So
And
I think it's pretty easy. We can approve this thing and move on pretty darn quickly.
I think we have a motion and a second.
Yeah, well, and we're discussing right now. So do you understand? I just want to make sure. Are you okay? I mean, you can vote no on the approval. It's up to you, or you can bring up more. Susan?
Yeah, what we're doing, we're just giving some flexibility to staff and the applicant at this point. We're giving some flexibility for their design solution to meet our objectives. So
Yeah.
we're not dictating any design feature necessarily.
And in a way, we're giving also in that the design review guidelines are reasonably clear on that south wall. But we're saying now that in this situation, we're okay with a mural in lieu of windows on that south wall. And so but right now, because we have an applicant that's willing to do that, it's otherwise we'd take a vote yes, no on this project and it would go where it goes, either approved or not approved. So any other discussion?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Roy?
If I could recommend, advise another amendment to the motion. I don't recall in that motion a requirement for the mural. There's nothing in the condition of approval that requires the mural.
Okay, so adding that, so Kevin, would you entertain?
Let's take another stab at this. I'm going to withdraw my prior motion and I'm going to rephrase this. I'm going to move that we approve the staff report with the exception of condition SCA 6, which will be removed. We would like staff to draft an additional condition that the mural that is specified on the plans for the south wall must be completed within, I don't know, some period of time. Anyone have a take on that? Within a reasonable time, we'll say.
3 months.
Yes. from, and Amy, turn on your thing. You can come out of mute.
Okay, thanks.
No
I
discussion
mean,
here.
and that's pretty arbitrary. I mean,
Yeah, it is arbitrary, but we either put a date on it or we just say we don't put it in at all. So there has to be a,
well, what about just saying that there is going to be a mural?
that's, yeah, okay.
I mean, but I mean, if you're going to say in 3 months, I mean, my goodness, with what's all going on today, that's a lot to ask.
Well,
of
let's just put
somebody.
some reasonable date from completion.
Okay, well, to me, 3 months is like crazy.
Okay. The actual length of time is unimportant to me. I just want to make sure that it is painted. It's not forgotten because of things are so busy. It's got to be done.
Correct.
And
Would 2 years work? 1 year? 1 year?
No, don't be.
I'm
we usually
trying to
put
help.
time on it, and it will happen in a reasonable time. We're kind of wasting time, no offense, but on this
Okay.
is
All right. I'm going to be quiet.
So is there a time limit in there now? No? Is that?
I don't care. No, there's no time limit. I'm
think
pretty
we're
sure
fine.
Jim Chateau is going to do something nice on that wall.
Yeah.
So what did I say? And we asked that the applicant will work with staff to try and add some articulation to the western elevation.
In the form of a window.
Is it in the form of window? I don't know.
Well, including a window.
Okay.
I thought that was Brett. Isn't that what your intent was there?
I don't need to die on this hill. If nobody wants a window, fine. Have a blank wall. It's your building, guys.
No, we've worked with staff to add some sort of form of articulation to the west wall.
Okay.
And that's my motion.
And Susan, do you second or not?
Yeah, second.
Okay. And any further discussion? I guess we'll call a question. Dina?
Chair Ayler,
Yes?
Vice Chair Doyle,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrow,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod.
Aye.
All right, the vote passes unanimously.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on. Move on to the item 8B, Fox Point Farms, case number multi 3522, 2019. This is a public hearing to consider a tentative parcel map, density bonus, design review permit, and coastal development permit to allow for the demolition of an existing single-family home and greenhouse structures and to subdivide the existing lot into 4 lots, construct a 250-unit residential development, 53 units on lot 4, 3 units on lot 1, as well as a recreation center in a condominium form of ownership. I think I got the unit numbers wrong. No, here it is. With the for sale and for rent process. Excuse me?
Hi, you reached Warren Scott's voicemail. Please leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thanks.
Somebody needs to mute. Jim, can you mute? I think.
Hang on, I thought I had. I'm sorry, hang on.
Okay. Let's see. I got lost where I was. So for the sale or for rent, and that's 208 market rate units and 42 very low income affordable units. It includes a farm stand, farm to table restaurant with on-site alcohol service as an accessory use. It includes agricultural uses, agricultural structures, accessory structures, community recreation center, and event venue space, signage, grading, and landscaping improvements, and the use of course, 3 temporary construction trailers. The project is located at 1150 Quail Gardens Drive in Leucadia. Are there any disclosures?
I have one. I visited the Ector Farms yesterday hoping to walk around the perimeter, and I checked in at the office. It's a large industrial complex, and the owner came out. So Bob Ector and I walked the perimeter of the property yesterday, and Bob's an an experienced man. He understood my position that we didn't discuss the case at all, but he showed me where the flatness was and where the water is drained out through the western entry, or the blocked off entry. And I thanked him for his time, and I left. And I don't think anything happened that would influence my decision tonight.
Okay. Any other disclosures? Looks like none. So we will begin with a staff report presented by Principal Planner Anna Colamusi.
Can you hear me?
Hey,
Can you hear me now? Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry about that. So I'm going to go ahead and begin with the project background. I do want to provide one clarifying point that came in the form of a memorandum today that clarified that there was an error on the agenda that stated the 208 market rate and 42 affordable. The correct number is 210 market rate with 40 affordable. And I'll also mention that within my presentation, but I just wanted to start off with that. So here is showing just an aerial photo of the project site. And the project has historically been used as an agricultural operations and contains an existing single family home. We have here the surrounding area, which you'll see to the west is the Fox Point single family development. Then to the south is the Devonshire single family development. And to the east, Encinitas Ranch Golf Course and the Magdalena Ecke Open Space Preserve to the north. The project site was a housing element site allocated to address the regional housing needs assessment for the city of Encinitas. It was referred to as Site 09, also known as the Ector property. And the housing element identified the intent of the developer to construct the 250 unit agri-hood development. The housing element was certified by HCD on October 8th, 2019. As part of the housing element update, the project was rezoned to the R30 overlay zone, and a portion of it remained in the agricultural zone. The project site is within the Encinitas Ranch specific plan. And I did want to note that this was one of the sites that was actually rezoned. So there is no underlying zone for this property. It actually was officially rezoned to the R30 with the portion to remain in agricultural zone. And the three images here come from the Encinitas Ranch specific plan. It shows the Sedonia East planning area that this project site is located within. It shows the area which was rezoned to R30, which is the 14.2 acres shown in the orange, and then a portion of the agricultural in the green. The image on the right is the agri-hood concept plan that was presented in the housing element and also carried over into the Encinitas Ranch specific plan. So we'll be looking at three discretionary applications. You have the tentative map, utilizing the state density bonus lot, the design review permit, and coastal development permit. An environmental impact report was prepared for the project, and it does require a statement of overriding considerations. So I'm just going to go right into the project analysis. So the project was reviewed under the standards outlined in the Encinitas Ranch specific plan. That includes the R30 zone, the agricultural zone, and design guidelines. The project was also reviewed against the state density bonus law, as well as government code section 65913.4, which states that local jurisdictions' discretion on housing projects is limited to adopted objective standards. beginning with the tentative map, the project proposes to subdivide the one single lot that exists there today into 4. And it would create, as the chair mentioned, 54 condominium units, one of which is the recreation building. And the image on the left just depicts the locations of the newly created lots. So lot 1 is in, I guess you can call it the blue or purple color, which will include the 197 residential units. This is where the 40 very low income units would be located, as well as the community recreation building. Lot 2, which is a peach color, is the location of the farm stand, the restaurant with alcohol as an accessory use, and the event venue and space area. Lot 3, which is in the green, are the agricultural uses, which include the farming, the outdoor farm animal area, interpretive area, the hoop houses, and nursery prep area. And lot 4, which is in the yellow, are the location of where the condominium units, which are the 53 residential condominium units, where they would be located. The newly created lots meet the net lot area width and depth, and all services are available for the development site. The image on the bottom right shows the affordable units will be dispersed throughout the lot. And there are conditions of approval in place to secure the units and ensure that they are compliant with all the standards that are outlined within all the affordable housing requirements in both state law and the municipal code. The applicant is requesting 3 concessions, and they are listed here in the table. 3 are allowed under state density bonus law, and the applicant has provided documentation that these requested concessions will result in identifiable cost reductions, and that those will help subsidize the 40 very low affordable units. This next image here just shows you the location. The red is identifying the required setbacks and those encroachments of the concessions being requested. And then on the right, I tried to zoom in so that you can see the distance between buildings of what's being proposed, where the 15 feet is required. The project does meet the R30 development standards, including height. Height is allowed at 35 feet with a flat roof and 39 for a pitched roof. And they are allowed at 3 stories. You'll see that around the perimeter of the development, there are 2-story elements, and then the 3 stories are more internal to the project. The R30 does have some other requirements, such as meeting facade wall plane requirements, private storage, and common and private open space. And you have seen within the plan set that each product that was proposed includes the locations in which all of these will be in compliance with. The project does meet the parking standards for both residential and non-residential uses. All residential uses do include at least 1 car enclosed garage. They are utilizing the state density bonus parking requirements, and those are identified here on the top of the screen if we need to refer back to them. And the non-residential uses are listed in this table as it's also found in the staff report. And these non-residential uses, they will have a DG parking lot over lots 2 and 3. And you'll notice that there is a condition of approval that requires a reciprocal access agreement should they ever be sold separately. The project is meeting the loading zone requirements, as well as providing the mandated EV charging station requirements. The project site is in compliance with the landscape standards outlined in the off-street parking design manual. And they are providing a combination of trees, shrubs, and vines. And all the street trees have been reviewed by our Public Works Department and city arborists, and they are approved street trees. And for the Encinitas Ranch specific plan, just some notable requirements beyond the R30 standards that I want to demonstrate here. You see the green on the top. That on the top there is the actual west property line, and that is where Sidonia Street is located. And there is a required 50-foot setback from Sidonia. So this demonstrates the compliance with that requirement there. And then it does require that the project does have a minimum of 5 acres of agricultural use, and lot 3 is 5.5 acres. So it will be in compliance with that requirement. This slide here has a list of the permitted uses and permitted accessory uses. And the project is proposing the agricultural produce sales, the outdoor dining, outdoor event, and farm-to-table restaurant. And I'll touch on the accessory uses in other slides. The outdoor events include weddings, movie nights, and classes. The events are limited to 57 people when the restaurant is open and 175 people when it's closed. This was based on parking requirements to ensure that there's adequate parking for those events. And we have included a condition of approval that all events shall conclude at 10 p.m. A noise study was conducted for the event music and did not find any significant impact. And there are a list of conditions of approval in attachment PC1 that are designating the areas of the event space, and as well as protective conditions to make sure there's compatibility with the surrounding uses. The accessory uses that are proposed for this project include on-site alcohol, and it's for the type 47 for the restaurant space. And on this image here, hopefully it's large enough, but I have the plan set that I can pull up if we need to get into it. But the floor plan on the left identifies that 336 square feet of the 5,200 square foot restaurant area will be the bar area. And then the type 58 caterer's permit is for the events as an accessory use as well. And same with the events, the alcohol conditions of approval are included in the draft resolution as well. The alcohol request was provided to the Sheriff's Department, and they reviewed the alcohol form, the floor plan, as well as the noise study, and they found no issue with the requests. Various technical studies were prepared and listed here. These can all be found in the appendices section of the environmental impact report in attachment PC9. We do have staff for each of these disciplines if questions arise on some of the technical study data and results. And the project was found to be in conformance with the objective design standards. These images show the 13-plex product. They have varying accent colors, especially along Leucadia Boulevard, and kind of alternating the location of where certain elements are of the architecture, so that it does not have a large bulk and mass. And as noted before, this is where the 2-story components are allocated along Leucadia Boulevard here. This slide shows the 6 and 7-plex product, and you can see the varying roof lines and roof types, and all of the required sides for the R30 zone have met the facade wall plane requirements. And again, accent colors will be incorporated to ensure the variation in design. And it lists the different materials and colors and different schemes that are proposed. The townhome products, carriage and cottage units, these are the for sale products. You'll notice that I did include a condition of approval. I felt that adding just more accent colors for the wood elements on there would provide just a touch more variation that might help with the scale of the project. And the non-residential structures enhance the agricultural uses on lot 3, and has a farm style look, and they complement the residential products. So some of the residential products you'll notice that have the wood accents that tie into the all wood look here with the glass elements. The project site is located with the scenic visual corridor overlay zone, which is Leucadia Boulevard. And I just took a snip of the landscape plan here, which shows the landscaping proposed along Leucadia Boulevard. And again, the image showing the 2 stories and the kind of pedestrian trail that is located there, and then the listed street trees. The project requests were found to be in compliance with the Encinitas Municipal Code, the Encinitas Ranch Specific Plan, and General Plan. Therefore, we found the project in compliance with the local coastal program. And as mentioned, an EIR was prepared and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for transportation, biology, cultural and tribal resources, geology and soils, as well as hazardous materials. And there was found to be significant and unavoidable transportation impacts as it relates to vehicle miles traveled. And we do have staff here to address any questions on the VNPs. In order to make an overriding considerations, you have to identify that the effect balances environmental impact with project benefits. And those are listed in detail in the staff report in attachment PC9. But this is just kind of a snip of the social, economic, and environmental benefits that were listed, such as walkability, connectivity, as the varying house densities, diverse housing types, having all of the 40 units being very low, and meeting the housing element goals. A citizen participation program meeting was held on February 27th, 2020. 90 members of the public attended. The concerns raised related to emergency access, traffic, signage, lighting density, the restaurant alcohol, flooding and overflow parking into mainly the existing Fox Point development. Subsequent to the CPP meeting, there was several meetings that the applicant had with some members of the public in which a memorandum of understanding was established, and that is included in the staff report as well. And then additional correspondence up to the point of the meeting tonight have been provided to the Planning Commission. As noted before, we did send out a memorandum earlier today, and it identified the agenda correction that I stated about the 40 of very low affordable and 210 market rate, and a correction from Michael Baker in the staff report, and then some conditions of approval cleanup, and then an email received by the applicant requesting some changes to the conditions of approval, as well as the no net loss findings for the housing element that were inadvertently omitted from the staff report. I do have the cleanup items here if we want to visit them, but these are just some of the engineerings that were cleaned up to get clarified. And the one condition of approval that staff did want to add was that the California room for the cottage units shall not be converted to floor area. And the reason for that is so that it does not exceed the average unit size that is required in the R30 zone. And then in the memorandum, I listed what the staff report indicated as the resolution, as the conditions. This one is SCA 6, and this condition is just ensuring that all the affordable units are built before the market rates units. And so there have been requests by the applicant to modify the language. We did have additional recommendations, which is the third bullet down here, trying to make sure that we're consistent with the municipal code requirement, while also acknowledging the uniqueness that this is not your standard single family development. It has multifamily products that building permits get issued by buildings, and because they are dispersing the affordable units throughout, it does make it a little difficult for the applicant to achieve. And these are our recommended changes, which the applicant wishes to discuss with the commission. Another condition of approval that the applicant had provided draft language, and staff really simplified it and made it more neutral and more to to flexibility of the city. And that is this emergency access gate. The condition is still in there that it remain an emergency access, but as you can see, the language below takes it a step further. We thought that the revisions were in the best interest of the city, and this is a condition of approval that the applicant would also like to discuss with the Planning Commission. So that concludes my presentation. We are looking for the adoption and of the resolution of approval of the planning applications for the tentative map, density bonus request, design review permit, and coastal development permit. You would adopt the resolution of certifying the EIR, adopt the CEQA findings of fact and mitigation monitoring program, and it would require the adoption of a statement of overriding considerations. This concludes my presentation. I also wanted to introduce that we do have Bob Stark from Michael Baker, who is the EIR consultant. He is on the line, on the call here. We have traffic staff, environmental staff, as well as engineering and fire staff available to answer any questions. And this concludes my presentation, and we're available for questions that you may have.
Very good. Thank you. Are there questions from the Planning Commission for staff? I saw Amy's hand first and then Brett. Yep. I think, there you go,
Sorry,
Amy.
Chair. I apologize. I'm a little slow here on the uptake when it comes to my buttons. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Question to staff. When was the traffic and EIR study done? When was that actually done?
It was published in August 2019.
I don't know if you heard that, Amy. He said August of 2019.
Okay, so this was done prior to all of our issues with the pandemic and all that we have had to endure.
That is correct. And we have Bob Goralka from traffic. I'll defer to him for traffic questions.
Bob?
Thank you. I think, Amy, you're asking when was the traffic study done?
Yeah, and the EIR. Yeah, when was that all, like, when did that take place?
Yeah, Bob, can you answer for traffic?
Sure. I think one of the big things is the traffic data, the traffic counts, and all of the traffic counts were done in 2019, well before the pandemic itself. Draft traffic studies were prepared in 2019 and submitted to the city for review, and the EIR, I believe, went out for public review as well and commented. But wanted to emphasize all the traffic count and traffic data was all collected before the pandemic started and was in place.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Kevin? Oh, wait, no, I didn't. I have
someone else was
Brett, I'm sorry, Brett was first, then Kevin.
All right, just a quick general question for reference to staff. Is this the first of our R30 density bonus projects that are coming to Planning Commission?
That is correct. This is the very first one.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah, this was a question on alcohol use. We have the type 58 catering license. So that's for them to serve alcohol, I assume, like not in the restaurant, but kind of out in the field there somewhere.
That is correct.
Do we have specified like where alcohol can go once it's out there?
Yes, we have a condition of approval that identifies there was an image that numbers different areas. And we've identified the areas in which the events can occur, in which that's where the alcohol would be served.
Okay, I missed that. I think I have many copies of these maps. Every one of these ones totally bogs down my system. But, cool, thank you. I just wanted to clarify on that point.
Sure.
Other questions for staff? I had one question. I'll hop in. This is the, I think the final EIR says it's the first of its kind farm to table restaurant. What legally differentiates a farm to table from a regular restaurant? Do we have anything in our code today or anything in this package that gives us a legal threshold that says this is farm to table, that's not? Because technically, you can think of it, all restaurants go from some farm somewhere to the table in the restaurant.
I would say that we don't specifically differentiate the difference.
Okay. And I think we'll probably get into that more in the discussion later. So, can I, if nobody else, any other questions from anybody? I know it's really nice, the 2-story around the, on the perimeter of the projects. Is there anything preventing those, especially the carriage units, from adding a 3rd story in the future? What is the height limit, and can we, or is there any preclusion against adding a 3rd story?
That's a great question. The R30 zone does allow 3 stories and up to 39 feet with a pitched roof. So that is correct. Under the underlying zone, R30, they would be allowed to do that.
So they could go up and build something with a better ocean view, so to speak.
I would say that they would still need to meet the average unit size and all the other requirements of the overall development.
Okay.
Let me ask a good question. Isn't this going to be governed by an HOA?
It is.
Now the HOA, could it put conditions on whether or not perimeter houses could be bumped up to 3 stories?
I suppose that, well, they'd actually, our zoning code would prevail. So regardless if they allowed it, again, we would look at it as a whole for the project and making sure that it meets all of the underlying zone requirements.
So if they disallowed it, our code would trump it and say, no, it is allowed. Is that what I understand? Or is that the other way around?
I don't know, Barry, do you want to hop in on that?
Yeah, what I would say is that the HOA can be more restrictive. And then our zoning code would apply as far as the maximums, if you will.
Right.
Now, a related question there was, do we have any oversight? Do we have any control over what the HOA does or doesn't do?
Generally, that is a private agreement between the developer and the homeowners, and the city is not involved in developing them or enforcing them.
Okay, but at this stage, we're dealing with the developer.
That's correct.
Right.
Okay, that's enough for now. Thank you very much, Barry.
Okay, Susan, you have a question?
Well, is this considered like a PUD, a planned unit development, or is it considered to have a finite number of units for the land? I'm wondering, can they add, for example, additional units through ADU, JADU, or are they limited to what they design and present and have approved right now? In the future, can more units be added onto this is what I want to know.
Susan, to your point, that was actually a question I had too. So thank you.
So they are allowed to construct ADUs, and ADUs do not count towards density. But yes, this site is not unique in which they would be exempt from that.
Now, in the case, since it's a multifamily, is it multifamily or not? Wouldn't they have to use existing space, convert existing space up to 25% additional? Isn't that the current law? Which, and the law could change in the future too.
Yeah, for the multifamily, that's correct, yes.
And so what portions of this is multifamily? Is it in the entire or none?
Let's see, I would say all of those in lot 1 are considered multifamily. And we have detached single-family condominium units in lot 4, but they are all on on one single lot.
So the entire development is considered multifamily because each lot has
The entire development?
Good. Okay.
with the exception of the restaurant, the farm to table restaurant.
Okay. And the question, did we get an answer about, can they add additional, could a future owner allow additional density to be built within the, within not the agricultural lot, but the other lots? Because it's R30.
Correct, yes. So they would be able to add more density. They would have to amend the permits to do that.
Of course, yeah. Okay. So any other questions from the commission? I have the question about understanding, you clarified it for me a little bit. You said the R30 was actually rezoned, where all the other, are there any other lots in Encinitas that were rezoned and not done as overlay?
It's my understanding that it was also the Fenway site under the housing element. These are the only two that I am aware of.
And why were they, Roy, was there a reason they were treated differently, or I'm trying to understand what the ramifications and.
Yeah, I think for this particular site, the developer at the time of the housing element had a concept in place. And based on that concept, that's what was presented to the commission, or to the, I apologize, rather the city council and to HCD. And that is what they accepted, which is why we drafted it as a complete rezone versus an overlay. And by rezone, meaning that it replaced the previous zoning, whereas in other cases, the underlying zoning remain and the overlay just goes over the existing zone, and the property owner has the option to exercise their rights under the underlying existing zoning, or opt to take advantage of the R30 overlay.
Okay, and the ag land that's going to be preserved here, that is now zoned ER-R30, correct? Or is it ag?
No, that the specific plan identifies it still as agricultural zone.
Can you go back? I think in your staff report, you had one drawing that showed that, and I was a little confused by it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. I also was a little bit like head scratched about that.
There are a lot of moving parts in this project, so we want to be careful.
So this is the rezone, the zoning map for.
Okay. So there was, can you go to, yeah, that's that. But in the presentation, there was one drawing that showed open space where I think the agricultural would have been, and it showed R30. And I'm just a little confused, and it seemed to imply the R30 extended where the agriculture is. So Anna, I think it was in your presentation. And maybe I just read it wrong.
I think you're referring to this one?
Yeah, yeah.
So
that's not it. Okay. So this wasn't, it's not actually an overlay, and it's actually split where the portion that will be the 5.5 acres at the top is ag still, and the lower part is R30. Is that? Okay.
Correct statement, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So now you can take that down. I'm fine. So now I want to understand on the R30 portion, what's the minimum zoning and how many units are the minimum to fulfill the R30 code? And how are we, I don't think we're hitting those numbers. How does that happen? And the question's either to Anna or Roy.
So the rezone specifically identified 250 units for this site. It can go above that, but this site was allocated and the housing element actually had a site capacity for this specifically. And so the project is in compliance with the minimum density because it is meeting the housing element and specific plan of the minimum 246 units.
But how does that work with the meeting the zoning? That's what I don't understand. So this is unique, right? We don't normally have a minimum number on our zoning, but and the minimum number, of course, is the number that of RENA credit that we got with HCD. And so I don't understand how a specific plan amendment trumps the underlying zoning. And maybe that's the key.
Yeah, so it's through that specific plan amendment. I think this case is unique. Like I said, because this project had a concept that was presented to HCD that allowed HCD to accept the underlying density of 246. And they granted and accepted this site as one of the sites with the density between 246 to 200 and I believe it was 96 units. The minimum required was 246 according to HCD. And they were aware that this project as proposed was barely above that 246 minimum density that they accepted as part of our housing elements, which is why the specific plan was adopted the way it did with the minimum 246 specific units cited in the specific plan for this site. So that's why it's the way it is. And this is the exhibit that we presented to HCD as part of the housing element that identified the minimum density for this site.
Right, and I can see the 9.85 acres designated for housing. So I understand within the lots that have been subdivided for housing that they are being developed at 25 units an acre, but then I don't understand how the R30 lot that does not have housing on it can be developed at all unless it has a minimum of 25 units an acre on it.
So that's like I said, that's what was presented, because if you see the specific plan, the exhibit that shows the layout, that's the concept that was presented to HCD, and that's what they accepted as far as the density.
Okay.
Was that the hand-drawn picture we saw that was part?
Yeah, let me share that.
Somebody could pull that up.
Okay, so why doesn't this same situation, or would this same situation be able to apply to other developments if they modified the specific plan accordingly and then at R30? Could the same mechanism be used elsewhere?
If there was specific provisions that were built in as part of the amendment,
okay,
then yes. However, in other cases, they're subject to the overlay, given that they did not have any concept presented to HCD.
So literally what the difference is between this and any other R30 is that this is an ER R30 that's a unique zone really relative to an R30. It's got unique additional nuances in it that are only true, and in this case, since specific plan says the East Sedonia planning area. It's really just applying to this.
That's correct. And what you'll also see when it comes before you would have similar nuances in the related to the Fenway project. There are nuances that are specific to that project that were built into the specific plan. So you'll see that. So it's similar to this. Other than that, all other properties are subject to the overlay zone provisions.
And it's the fact that HCD accepted the ERR 30 as acceptable, meeting the state code. I mean, okay, I'm beginning to understand it's a stretch, but
yeah, it's I think the unique condition here is the fact that there was a concept that was presented to HCD, and HCD accepted it as that it was likely that this site would be developed, and which is why they accepted the density at 246, between 246 and 296, knowing that there's a likelihood that it would be developed within the housing cycle at 250, which is what the applicant had proposed.
yeah, because otherwise it would have had another 50% more units on it, right? Rather than 250, you'd be 1.5 times that. Just to hit the minimum, the 25 units an acre, be even a little more for 30 units an acre, and obviously even more with density bonus. So I wanted to understand how legally this was working. So I think I understand, and hopefully everybody else does too. Okay, any other questions for staff? I'm sure there'll be more as we go. So why don't we, in the interest of moving forward, don't see anything.
Commissioner Ellers?
Yes.
I did want to correct a statement I made earlier about the publication date of the EIR. It was published in August of 2020. But what Bob Gralka indicated, our traffic engineer, about the traffic counts, yeah, they were taken in October of 2019.
Okay, appreciate that, Scott.
I'm sorry, Scott, can you say that one more time so I can hear? Something about August of 2020 is when it was published?
The EIR was published in August of 2020. However, the traffic counts, as Bob indicated, they were taken in October of 2019.
Thank you.
And just for additional clarification, Scott, the actual EIR study, do you know when that was commissioned and when it was being gathered? And then it went out, it got published as a draft and review. Do you have any of those other dates that might help the commission too, just to understand? It was started in 2019 at least, right? I don't know if you've got, Scott, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Technically, the EIR analysis starts the day that the project application is submitted, and I don't know off the top of my head on that date. Anna may know.
I think the important concept we were looking for, most of the work was done prior to the pandemic.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, I don't see any other questions. I'd like to now open the public hearing. And does the applicant wish to address the commission?
Yes, Chair. This is Brian Grover here with Nolan Communities. Do you mind if we present for about 15 minutes? Is that all right?
That would be fine. That's perfect.
Great. Thank you, Chair. All right, let me just share my screen here. Can everybody see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll get started. Good evening, Chair Ehlers and Planning Commissioners. My name is Brian Grover, and I am the managing partner of Nolan Communities and a 14-year Leucadia resident. With me tonight is my partner, Sean Kilkenny. We are excited to bring our project before you for consideration. We will keep tonight's presentation brief and high level, as staff has done a great job summarizing the project's key components in their presentation. We also look forward to a decision tonight and have asked many of our supporters to submit written comments to you in advance of this meeting rather than speaking in the interest of time management. You should have received at least 44 support letters over the past few days and 3 letters of opposition. We know this isn't a popularity contest, but we do believe this is a testament to how the community has embraced Fox Point Farms.
Brian and I started Nolan Communities to go against the grain of conventional development and envision communities with timeless architecture, unique amenities, and an unrivaled sense of place. Recognizing that great spaces make great places, we strive to create unique experiences for visitors and residents, and we consider how each community can preserve its history while providing for tomorrow's future. Integrity is at the core of our work with a steadfast vision to benefit the greater community. We're here tonight to show you how Fox Point Farms embraces these principles.
We know that new development in Encinitas is a scary thing, especially when it is proposed immediately adjacent to an existing community and can potentially impact someone's day-to-day life. Recognizing this, we first met with a group of Fox Point residents in 2017, and after hearing the concerns voiced at our CPP meeting, we worked directly with them to address those concerns over the past 9 months. We sincerely want to thank those 76 residents of the Fox Point community who have chosen to work with us since March to improve our project and minimize its impacts on nearby residents. They have helped us improve our project in several meaningful ways, which are detailed on this slide. While those discussions weren't always easy, we worked through a lot of issues with the neighbors and were able to create a better project as a result. Thank you to the Fox Point residents for sharing their concerns, listening to our proposals, being willing to engage, and staying true to their word. We're here tonight to show you that we stay true to our word as well.
One thing we'd really like to focus on is our commitment to the agrihood concept. More than 3 years ago, we proposed to develop an agrihood community at Fox Point Farms. An agrihood is a residential community built around a working farm. Developing communities in this way can help sustain urban agriculture and promote a hyper-local food system by providing residents with locally grown, fresh, healthy food. As part of our 2017 proposal, we included a concept plan, which is shown on this slide. We also prepared a summary of the agrihood concept that made certain commitments, including the provision of an organic farm, quality amenities, a mix of housing typologies to encourage diversity, a farm subsidy, a limit of 250 residential units, and a full discretionary review process. Not only have we stayed true to all those original commitments, but we've improved upon the original concept. The 2018 site plan consolidated the non-residential uses, the restaurant and event space, to the east to make them more accessible to the public. The 2018 plan evolved into our final site plan in 2020, with focused spatial improvements to the farm, agricultural amenity area, recreation center, and building typologies. Both the 2017 and 2018 site plans predominantly consisted of 3-story buildings. In 2020, we were able to reduce 60% of our residential buildings to 2 stories. As Anna noted, importantly, all the buildings around the perimeter of the property are 2 stories. The only 3-story buildings are in the center of the project site. This was an intentional revision to respect the size and scale of adjacent homes, particularly those within the Fox Point community to the west. Another significant improvement to the 2017 concept plan was centered around parking. The 2017 plan was entirely surface parked. We revised the plans to provide parking for all residential units in garages, making the apartments more livable. And consistent across all 3 site plans is a broad diversity of housing types ranging from very low income deed restricted apartments to for sale cottage homes. Also consistent across all 3 site plans is the provision of substantial amenity areas, including a 5.5-acre farm, an edible paseo, a central amenity area, the public serving agricultural amenity area, a recreation center, and a perimeter trail loop. In fact, almost half the total site area is dedicated to these amenities. The plan has been designed at a pedestrian scale, encouraging residents to walk along the edible paseos in their front yard and meet their neighbors. Townhomes and cottages are alley loaded in front onto pedestrian walkways, amenity areas, paseos, and the farm.
The next few slides show some early renderings we provided in 2017 when the vision of an agrihood on this property was purely a concept, and how similar our current design is to those initial renderings. This first slide shows the cottage homes along the western portion of the site and the edible paseo fronting Sedonia Street. This slide shows the barn in the background and a public serving amenity space in the foreground. While the 2017 design shows an outdoor farm stand, our 2020 design was updated to move that farm stand indoors in the first level of the barn building. This slide again shows the barn, this time surrounded by a community garden. Our 2020 design provides for community gardens in the central amenity area, and the area in front of the barn consists of seating areas, a children's play area, landscaping, and a community green. This slide shows the inside of the barn, which has been refined to fully embrace the farm-to-table dining experience and the agricultural aesthetic of the community. Again, the intent of these slides is to show that what we have proposed before you tonight is very much consistent with our original proposal back in 2017, which was the basis for the site's inclusion in the city's housing element, as Roy mentioned previously.
To ensure the agricultural and residential components of Fox Point Farms would function in harmony, we enlisted the expertise of the country's most respected agri-hood expert, Farmer D. He and his team pointed us to helpful resources, and we leaned on their vast experience to ensure that Fox Point Farms has the necessary components and proper design for long-term success. As you can see on this slide, some of those key components include farmland, event space, clustered homes, a farm stand and market area, trails, edible landscaping, a clubhouse or a community center, and a restaurant. Fox Point Farms has all these features.
The site plan, design, and architecture are driven by our desire to honor the agricultural history of Encinitas, the Encinitas Ranch, and this property. The inclusion of an on-site restaurant, farm stand, and event space are what connect the residential uses to the agricultural uses, bringing the community together and giving residents the opportunity to live, shop, and play on-site. The restaurant and farm stand are also critical to financially supporting the on-site agricultural uses. As an example, the restaurant becomes a built-in customer for the farm, utilizing the produce that is grown on site to prepare meals. Additionally, these amenities will provide a benefit to the larger community of Encinitas as they are all open to the public. We expect that Fox Point Farms will become a model for future agri-hoods. It's also worth noting that all of these uses were contemplated as part of our initial concept and are included in the description of this property contained in the Encinitas Ranch specific plan. We sometimes gloss over a feature of this community that Sean mentioned earlier, and I just wanted to touch on that for a minute here, diversity. I'd like to take a minute to reiterate that point because it's what makes Fox Point Farms truly unique. One of the things we are most proud of with this project is the design as a complete community with true socioeconomic integration and inclusiveness through the provision of a diversity of housing types, as you can see here on the screen. Most high-density housing projects provide one type of housing, usually apartments, and might have some different unit sizes, but largely they're all very similar. At Fox Point Farms, we've been intentional about doing quite the opposite. Our community includes varying sizes of traditional apartment flats, apartment townhomes, for sale townhomes, for sale carriage homes, which are a brand new product to Encinitas, and for sale cottage homes, which haven't been built here since probably the 1960s. The for sale homes drive affordability by providing everything you need in a compact home and nothing you don't, and provide for the unique option of a detached home in a high density community. By embracing the notion of affordability by design, we believe these efficient homes will offer opportunities for home ownership that do not currently exist in Encinitas. In addition to this wide variety of housing types, which in itself encourages socioeconomic diversity, we have committed to exceeding the city's inclusionary housing requirement and providing those deed-restricted homes at the very low income category, which is 50% of area median income, rather than the low income category, which is 80% of area median income. We will be providing 40 deed-restricted, very low-income apartment homes, while the city's inclusionary housing policy would only require 25. Our deed-restricted apartments will be fully integrated into the community, as Anna mentioned earlier, spread out amongst every single market rate apartment building, and will have full access to the community's assortment of on-site amenities. Anyway, I just wanted to take a second here to highlight that ingrained commitment to diversity at Fox Point Farms.
The community would also promote sustainability through a site design that would conserve energy, water, open space, and other natural resources. As part of this commitment, the project would implement core sustainability features, including those shown on the screen, which have been incorporated as project design features. Some unique sustainability features include the capture and reuse of stormwater on site and an electric bike share program. The project's also conveniently situated on an NCTD bus route with bus stops immediately adjacent to the project site. The 304 route includes stops at the Encinitas Coaster Station, the Town Garden Shopping Center, and other places of interest. When we put it all together, we ended up creating a community that we hope this city can be proud of. This aerial image shows the project site today as a full commercial agricultural operation known as Dram and Nectar. The Fox Point Farms project provides a unique opportunity to shift the agricultural uses from private commercial production to a more community-oriented agricultural use. Growing food, plants, and other crops that serve the immediate community and provide opportunities for education, events, and complete communities is the type of agriculture and the type of community that Encinitas deserves. From the start, we've been committed to an open, honest, and transparent review process, both with the city and the community. We committed to a full discretionary review process and a full analysis of the project's environmental impacts through completion of an environmental impact report. While we could have utilized a by right approval process and been exempt from CEQA, we stayed true to our commitment. As you heard in staff's presentation, all environmental impacts were analyzed and determined to be less than significant after mitigation, with the exception of vehicle miles traveled, an impact which is the result of the project's suburban location rather than its actual attributes. Another thing that's unique about this project is that we're coming to you this evening with everything. Some projects come to you piece by piece. We've intentionally gone all in to give you and the public a complete picture of our vision for Fox Point Farms. The renderings that you've seen in this presentation are true to scale, based on actual design drawings that are ready to move into construction documents as we prepare to begin construction of the project this summer. We have a few requests we respectfully ask this evening. First, we ask you consider the overall merits of the project in the context of objective standards. We understand you might not agree with 100% of what we have presented. We believe in our vision for this community, and we hope you can see that vision as well. Second, we've provided you with an email outlining our concerns regarding 2 conditions of approval. One of, if not the largest concern we heard from the community at our CPP meeting was the inclusion of secondary vehicular access point onto Sedonia Street. We worked with staff to analyze various access options, including access on Leucadia Boulevard and a secondary access point on Quail Gardens Drive. Ultimately, it was determined that the access configuration with emergency access only on Sedonia Street was the best option. We are requesting you to change the condition to what we and 76 Fox Point residents agreed to as part of the CPP process. We're also requesting modified language to condition of approval SCA 6, given that the current language makes it impossible for us to provide affordable housing spread out between all our buildings. Please refer to our email for the specific modification requests and the rationale behind those requests.
So we want to thank staff for their hard work and dedication on this project. It's been a pleasure working with all of you. You've helped us arrive at a site design that is highly amenitized, pedestrian oriented, sustainable, and provides a mix of housing types, creating opportunities for attainably priced housing for all income groups. Fox Point Farms strives to serve as an innovative example of community building for others to follow. It is also not lost on us, and I think we've heard a couple of folks mention it this evening, that Fox Point Farms is the first housing element project before you for consideration. After years of non-compliance and lawsuits, tonight you have the opportunity to show that the city of Encinitas supports affordable housing. Hearing this project tonight and voting on it tonight sends a positive message that Encinitas supports inclusive housing policies. Please vote on our project tonight. Thank you for your consideration. We are available along with our design team to answer any questions you might have, and we look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Okay. And Dina, do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 11 speakers.
11 speakers, okay. And I want to be cognizant of time, and should we ask the commission, should we take a break now, or do we want to get through the 11 speakers? I got one vote for now. And okay, two, yeah. So tell you what,
Time donations on our 11 speakers.
there aren't time donations. It'll take roughly 3.5 minutes per to get through them. So it's probably about.
Let's take a quick break then.
Yeah. So that's what I was going to say. Take a quick break until 8. I got 8:01 right now. Let's be back in 10 minutes, and let's be back at 8:11, and we'll get going with the public testimony. So, and just remember, your microphones are live. Okay, we're almost to 8:11. Looks like we're there.
All right, we're back on.
Okay, good. Anna, you back?
Looks like on our.
Oh, and Susan too. Haven't seen Susan.
It's hard to tell if people are back or not. They might just be hiding.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, I see Susan coming back. She's in front of her computer, and there's Anna. So I think we've got everybody back. And why don't we start with the first public speaker, and be 3 minutes.
Our first speaker is Angelica Pedler. Angelica.
Hello.
There you go.
We can hear you.
Hi. Good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Angelica Pedler, 24-year resident of Fox Point. I live on Sedona Street. When the Fox Point Farms project was first proposed, the Fox Point residents were very concerned about the negative impacts on the new development would create. One in particular, the proposed secondary access on Sedona Street at the intersection of Guilford Court became the neighborhood's unifying concern. This access would have directly impacted everyone in Fox Point, changing the character of our neighborhood. So we all rallied behind this. After the February 28th CPP meeting, I started posting information regarding this project on my palm tree outside my home. It became a sort of bulletin board to inform the neighborhood and to get them involved to help me fight this development. We formed a core group representing a large contingency of our Fox Point community. We wrote to the city and encouraged our neighbors to do so at every opportunity. This led to our engagement with Brian Grover. And as Brian mentioned earlier, it was not pretty at the beginning, but we have now been working with Brian Grover for the past 9 months. Brian has made several changes to the project design, and most notably, the removal of the secondary access onto Sedona Street. We appreciate Brian's effort. He solidified in writing Nolan's community's commitment to the changes so we could hold them accountable. Because of this, many of the Fox Point residents now support the project. I, along with my family, support the project with the removal of the secondary access onto Sedona Street. We think it will be unique and it will bring our community together. We like the architecture of the buildings as well as the restaurant and the farm stand. It is through quarantine that we have realized how nice a place within walking distance would be. Therefore, I'm very concerned about the changes the city made to the language of the conditions of approval SCA number 33, attachment to staff report PC1 in the draft resolution. To Brian's credit, he notified us as soon as he saw the changes staff had made. We don't want city to unravel what we have been working for the past 9 months. Keeping Sedona Street an emergency access only is consistent with the city's own general plan policies designed to limit cut-through traffic in existing neighborhoods. We are concerned with the new language from the city and respectfully request the Planning Commission revise the language in SCA number 33 to reflect the access on Sedona Street remain an emergency access forever, as proposed by the applicant, Nolan Communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Barry Pedler.
Okay.
Planning commissioners, thank you for your time. I won't take your time because Angelica has covered most of the important points, but our residential community of Fox Point is a very safe, calm, quiet residential community. We have a lot of children that play on the streets. It's a very residential property. Our concern over the access of this 250 unit development being funneled into our safe family streets was a major concern. We really appreciate that what Brian and Sean, the principals of Nolan Communities, have done in addressing our concerns, working with us, talking through the situation and coming to a solution, a generally accepted solution, that the access to egress, ingress on Sedonia Street would be emergency access only. And with that condition of approval, SC number 33, we fully support the progress and the proposal and this community and the development. We think it's a positive thing for the city, as long as we can maintain the safety of our streets, which is in jeopardy if that opens up to direct egress, ingress for commuter traffic. I'll save your time. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Next up is David Decker.
All right, I'm here. Mr. Chairman, I would like to donate my time to my esteemed attorney, Paul Keitel.
Okay, I think that's okay, right, Dina and Roy?
Yeah.
Any problem with an alternate speaker?
Yeah, and Paul did sign up to speak, so he's just further down. David would like to.
Okay. Usually we don't allow donations of time, but so who's going to be speaking now? Paul?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So Paul, how much time do you need? Do you need the full 6 minutes, or we'll be flexible, but normally we don't allow donations under the current rules. But tell me how much time you need. So
probably 4 to 5 minutes should be sufficient.
Okay, so 5 minutes and then I'll let you know. So go ahead.
Okay, so thank you. My name is Paul Keitel. I'm here tonight representing Encinitas Community Trust, and I thank the planning commissioners for the opportunity to talk. Given the 5 minutes that we have, I'll try to be succinct. What we are really asking for tonight is that while we think consideration of this agenda item is fine, we're really asking that the Planning Commission delay taking action at the meeting tonight and hold off on doing so until the January meeting and reschedule it, continue it until then. And I just wanted to explain why we are making that request. So as some of you may know, when the DEIR under CEQA was circulated in October of 2020, Encinitas Community Trust submitted an extensive set of comments, about 25, 30 pages long, on the DEIR. And what the thrust of those comments is that Encinitas Community Trust was not opposed to the project. They think there are some very innovative elements to it. But the problem that we had is that there were many significant adverse environmental impacts of the project relating to greenhouse gas emissions, relating to farmland loss, relating to regional water supplies and traffic that had not been properly mitigated. So it's not a question of opposing the project, it's just ensuring that those significant adverse impacts are appropriately mitigated. So we submitted those comments in October. And what I wanted to report is that there have since then been some meetings between Nolan and some city staff and some further exchanges. I think you have all of that information. But from the point of view of Encinitas Community Trust, there has been some really productive and positive discussions with Nolan about what specific mitigation measures would address the concerns that were raised. And to sort of narrow it down, there was discussions with Nolan about 4 specific mitigation measures relating to farmland loss, about purchasing agricultural conservation easements, about regional water supplies, about making contributions to the local San Dieguito Water District to help them find additional supplies. In terms of greenhouse gases, about purchasing carbon offsets, And in terms of traffic, about adding a free shuttle component that would enable residents, particularly children, to be able to get to school so their parents. And we were working out the details of those 4 elements that we were talking about in terms of how extensive they would be, how they would be documented, and we were feeling very positive about it. The problem, as we see it, is that if you move forward tonight with approving this, you're going to start a clock on us, Encinitas Trust, having to file an appeal with the City Council. And if we do that, you're going to start a clock on having to file a 35-day statute of limitations to litigate this, which seems terribly unproductive when we're in the middle of trying to negotiate a cooperative resolution with Nolan, where it seems like there is a lot of agreement on the nature of the mitigation. Some things need to be worked out. And that then those could be folded into sort of the project conditions, and we would end up speaking in favor of this project rather than in having to preserve our rights. So we are requesting for that reason that you consider not listening to it, but actually holding off and continuing making a decision until January so that we can try to negotiate rather than acting tonight, which will probably push this into litigation, which is certainly not what we want. We would like to reach a negotiated solution with Nolan. The second reason why we think not acting tonight is appropriate has to do with the notice that was provided for this meeting. As we've submitted in written comments, the public notice that was provided for this meeting indicated that the only way to review the project documents, like the final EIR, was to come into the city's offices and physically review them. The city has been made aware that there are many residents, particularly elderly residents, that it is, given COVID conditions, completely unsafe for them to do so. And no further public notice was given. Private notice was given to us, but that doesn't help the public, that these documents could be accessed a couple days before this meeting electronically. So in terms of who you're hearing speaking, a lot of people were unable to review the documents because they were told they could only review them in person. And as we indicated in our comments, we believe that that public notice violated the Americans with Disabilities Act. You have noticed that there are people that can't come in, and yet you tell them the only way to, how can they participate in the process if they can't review the documents? So we think another reason to at least push over making a decision is you can renotice it and let these elderly residents that under COVID conditions can't review the documents, let them know that electronic access is possible so that they can participate fully in the process, review the documents, submit comments, whatever they need to do. They were really denied the opportunity to do that. And if we're forced, we don't, like I'm saying, we don't want to litigate this. We want to work this out with Nolan, but if we're forced to, the ADA compliance issues are something that would be raised as well. With like the remaining minute that I have, Chairman, the 2 other points that I wanted to notice is one about this MOU. The memorandum of understanding that Nolan negotiated, which made this commitment about Sidonia Street, which we support, by the way, we completely agree with that. It contractually obligated people who signed it to come and speak on behalf of the project. So as you're hearing people from the community speak tonight, understand that they are being leaned on by Nolan because they believe they may have a contractual obligation to speak on behalf of the project for entering into the MOU. So as you listen to these comments, I'm just asking you to keep that in mind, and that Nolan has been pretty insistent that people who signed it should speak tonight.
Okay, I can wrap it up.
Yep. Those are the main points. I guess, I don't really feel like it's productive for me to use my time to get into the details of why we believe the CEQA analysis was inadequate. I think all of that is set forth in detail in the submissions that we made in October and before. But we really think there are a number of sound reasons, particularly avoiding litigation and ADA compliance, to hold off on making a vote tonight. I think it's great that you guys are considering it. And with that, I'll conclude and answer any questions you may have.
Okay, no questions, and we appreciate all the correspondence from both sides that came in, albeit in the last 2-3 days, and there we got to the Planning Commission with plenty of time. So with that, we'll move on to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Bob Kent.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Bob Kent, Encinitas resident and a member of Keys for Homes. We are local residents who advocate for the building of affordable homes in Encinitas, and we are pleased to support the proposed Fox Point Farms community. We have a housing affordability crisis regionally and in Encinitas for working families, seniors on a fixed income, and especially for our essential workers who earn between $15 to $20 an hour and are commuting long distances or finding difficult living situations in order to stay in the city they work and serve. The proposed Fox Point Farms community helps move the needle by providing 40 very low-income deed-restricted units. Based upon the city's 2020 income and affordable housing cost schedule, these apartment homes will be made available for an individual earning approximately $40,000, which is about $19 an hour, or a family of four earning $58,000. These proposed 40 affordable units provides much-needed housing for our family residents, along with our essential workers, including office and grocery store staff, medical and hospital technicians, restaurant staff, school support staff, and so many others. We also support Fox Point Farms because since by committing to build 40 apartment homes at the very low income level, the project actually exceeds the city requirement to build either 25 units at the very low income level or 38 units at the low income level. More affordable housing is being built than required, and that's a good thing. The apartment homes that Fox Point Farms will provide at the very low income level is especially important since it's anticipated that some or perhaps most of the other housing element sites will provide affordable housing at the higher income level of 80% AMI. The project units mix will also include some smaller market rate homes, which will be more affordable by design. In short, Fox Point Farms plan envisions housing and income diversity, which aligns with our vision for an inclusive Encinitas. In addition, we support Fox Point Farms' commitment to the site's agricultural history, innovation, and environmental sustainability, including its dedication to open space, 5.5-acre organic farm, and a bike share program for all residents, including at no additional charge for the lower income residents. We also support its LEED Gold certification and its proximity to schools, services, and transit. Fox Point Farms will be a unique, innovative, and welcome addition to our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Laura Lynn Williams.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hello. Thanks everyone for your service. My name is Laura Lynn and I've lived in Encinitas since around 1985. As a resident of the Fox Point neighborhood adjacent to the proposed project, we'd like to express our support of the Fox Point Farms development. We appreciate that Brian Grover's willingness to have open discussions and revise his project due to input from our neighborhood. While no one really wants more housing and resulting traffic in Encinitas, we realize we cannot stop further development due to many reasons. Our Fox Point neighborhood is extremely happy that the Sidonia Street access is designated as emergency access only, and we commend Brian on his ensuring us that this will stay that way. Keeping the access as emergency only is consistent with the city's general plan policies designed to limit new through traffic in existing neighborhoods. We respectively request that the Planning Commission revise the language on the condition of approval to reflect that the access should stay forever as emergency only. We appreciate that Nolan Communities is only building to the minimum number of possible units on the site. The overall architecture and landscaping design of the project has been well thought out, and thankfully will not be just another multi-story stucco structure. The open farming as part of the community is a great feature, and I'm sure the farm stand and restaurant will be enjoyed by many who can walk or bike there. We hope that other developers are as willing to work with neighbors and be as accessible as Brian has been during this whole process. And we thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Douglas Shaw.
I'm here. Can you hear me now? I had to unmute myself. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm also a 35-year resident of Leucadia, 20 years of that in Fox Point on Sidonia Street, and I've lived the entire 35 years within about a quarter of a mile of Fox Point Farms. I was here to protest when the Leucadia Boulevard extension went through years ago, but once I realized that there was no stopping that it was inevitable, I got involved with similar processes to what we're going through tonight. Got involved with the design process for what Leucadia Boulevard and the surrounding neighborhood was going to look like in the help that I could help mitigate the impacts on our neighborhood. That was the last time I was involved in anything like this. Since then, I, like everybody else, have gradually watched our sleepy little beach town grow into a bustling beach mecca in a tourist destination that's written about in Sunset Magazine. That includes increased congestion and other changes that go along with the growth. When we all here in Fox Point first heard about Fox Point Farms, I was skeptical, to say the least, and predisposed to no or slow growth, like so many of my fellow Leucadians. My neighbors and I were unified in opposing more housing on our street or adjacent to our neighborhood, and we wrote numerous letters to the city expressing our concerns. I've learned a lot since then. Stuff I didn't know before, maybe some I didn't want to learn, but some that I'm very grateful for. I learned a lot about the Encinitas general plan, about housing density, about density bonuses, a lot about low-income housing that's very important, about state mandates on the city to provide low-income housing, and other things. I also learned from neighbors and others involved with mitigating the similar impacts of other developments in our city about how to go about getting help through legal action or to slow down or stop projects. At about that same time, a group of our neighbors, as alluded to by Angelica and Laura Lynn, we all came to the same conclusion that our best course of action was to work directly with the developer. So we did that. We engaged with Brian Grover, and we met numerous times, sometimes as much as once or twice a week, to hash through our objections to the design that would have the biggest impact on our neighborhood. That included, of course, the emergency access on Sedonia. And we urged the Planning Commission to please keep that as it's currently in the Nolan plans. The height of the fence along Sedonia, noise from the restaurant and the events, parking, et cetera. But all the way along through that process, we found Nolan Communities to be open and willing to listen, and they work with us on solutions to our issues. While it's not perfect, and we'd still rather not have any change, Fox Point Farms does have thoughtful elements to it that help it integrate into our community. I like the farm and the fruit stand aspect of it. I like the farm to table restaurant. I think the architecture looks pretty nice and it'll integrate with our neighborhood. I like the walking paths, the educational element, the event area, and the attractive landscaping. And I especially like that they are staying on the low end of the density. I felt that this was actually a good example of neighborhoods and a developer making a best effort to meet the goals of the city's housing constraints with the minimal impact to our existing character of our neighborhood and the environment in our open space. And it felt good to be a part of that and feel like we were at least able to be heard. And I commend Nolan Communities for that. That said, I know the city of Encinitas is in a very difficult situation with these state housing guidelines, mandates that you're under. Lots of pressure from Encinitas residents. But I also believe that we do need to provide more low-income housing. My own grown kids who grew up here can't afford to buy a house in Encinitas. But I do have serious concerns still about the traffic and the increased pressure that all of the housing elements are going to bring upon Leucadia Boulevard corridor in particular. That's what got us started on this in the first place, is that Leucadia Boulevard and Sedonia Street is already a dangerous and crowded intersection.
Yeah,
so I sincerely hope that
if you can wrap up pretty quickly, you're at 4.5 minutes.
On my last sentence.
Okay.
I sincerely hope that the Planning and Traffic Commission and the City Council can continue to move forward creatively and carefully and in a manner that will allow us to grow while still maintaining community character with an eye to safety, especially along that Leucadia Boulevard character. And good luck to you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Jane Hendricks. Is she on there?
I don't see a name. There's one person called in.
Okay. And then one, so
Yeah, she is.
the one person who called in, that's not her? No? Okay, Jane is not here, so we'll move to Thomas Warden. No, Thomas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Planning Committee. My name is Thomas Warden. I live in the Fox Point community. I'm one of the leaders of the Fox Point residents, along with 5 other leaders that have educated ourselves regarding the Fox Point Farms development. We have worked diligently with Brian Grover, the City of Encinitas Planning Department, council members, and the engineering department to mediate what we believe is the best outcome for the Fox Point residents. This includes the primary objective to keep the gate leading onto Sedonia Street remain closed and only for emergency access, along with other major changes, landscaping, raising and redesigning the aesthetics of the fence, removing water towers, reducing hours of operation of the restaurant and sound monitoring, as well as initiating several conditional approvals. I speak tonight to inform you Brian Grover has always been candid and punctual with us. It seems he immediately drops whatever he is doing to make the time to speak with us. Also, it is absurd that Brian has ever forced us to sign an agreement to take away a freedom of speech. I am not for any development in any means and frown about it. However, I know that development is inevitable. And we can only take the opportunity to help mold the project. I am saddened to hear that a small group of residents in the Fox Point community has decided to go rogue. And this action is not the voice of the Fox Point community. This minute ECT group has shown their true colors, and it appears it's only for monetary value and to cause delay for the development. This could destroy the hard work that Fox Point community has achieved with Brian Grover. I hope the Planning Commission will take a strong stance against the ECT. I would like to reiterate that our Fox Point community is not objecting to this project as long as our negotiated terms that Brian Grover and our community has agreed upon. Thank you for listening tonight.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Roslyn Nalaboff.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I just want to tell you thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to say that I'm not obligated to support Nolan Communities, and I am speaking in the best interest of our neighborhood and myself. My name is Rosalind, and I live in the Fox Point community right off Sedonia Street. I feel that if the gate to Fox Point Farms were to allow for through traffic, it would greatly affect me and my property values. And I think in the end, that's really what everyone is worried about, right? And safety. I have been following the efforts of the few people who have been talking to Brian Grover, and I'm very excited about the outcome. I appreciated that they have accomplished closing the gate and making it only available to emergency access, as with other things that will make the development less intrusive to our neighborhood. I just heard about the Encinitas Community Trust Group wanting to get involved after the fact that all was negotiated. They did not talk to the original group or the development at first, but rather wanted to stir the pot. I feel that this is not helpful. What we need is to mitigate the effects of the development, and I feel that it was accomplished with the group that worked so hard with Nolan Communities in the last 9 months. I support this group as they are not looking to fight the project, but rather to get some positive outcomes for the Fox Point community. The Encinitas Community Trust Group, from what I have seen, is looking to stir trouble, delay the project, and get financial compensation. I feel that it is not in the best interest of the mass, but rather for the few in this group. Although I want to cherish the nostalgic neighborhood of old Encinitas, I know that change will happen. I just wanted to reflect what Fox Point residents want, and that is a quiet neighborhood. I hope that you move forward with pushing this project ahead tonight and not be threatened by the Encinitas Community Group. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next on my list was Paul Kybel, but David Decker did give him his time, so he spoke earlier.
Yep. Yeah,
So
that was minutes. So.
our final speaker, I just wanted to make that clear for the record. Our final speaker is Ruth James. Okay. We have someone that called in, so it doesn't show a name. So IT is gonna see if this possibly is Ruth.
Okay, very good.
Can you unmute them?
I can ask them, and that's it.
Ask. Oh, there. Hello, caller.
Yes, hi. Hello, good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Jeremy Loud. I'm actually part of the consulting team for the project. Sorry, I had to call in by phone.
Okay, Jeremy, just hang on. I see you still have another presence on the Zoom meeting, so we're trying to find actually Ruth James.
Yeah, it looks like Ruth is did not log on.
Okay.
So that would end our public comment.
Okay, great. And so, so does the applicant wish to respond to any of the public comments?
Thank you, Chair. If there are any questions about those comments, we're happy to answer those. I guess the one comment that was raised that I feel compelled to provide a response to, and I think some of the speakers mentioned this, that memorandum of agreement that we signed with the neighbors, that was so that we could show that we were, that we had integrity, that we were staying true to what we had told people. Most people, especially in Encinitas, don't trust developers. And we knew that going into these conversations. And as I think Angelica mentioned, they didn't like us when we first started talking to them, and for good reason. And so anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that memorandum of agreement, putting those things in writing and signing to it was more for the neighbors than it was for us. I mean, we're getting threats of a lawsuit anyway. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I think some of the speakers made the point of this. We are not trying to compel anybody to sign. Nobody is contractually obligated. We didn't try to take away anybody's freedom of speech. So I just want to state that those claims are entirely false. And everything else that was stated, we're happy that we had the opportunity to work with those other neighbors. I think you heard that from the speakers, and you saw that in the comment letters that were provided. And we're happy, again, our whole team is here with us tonight. We're happy to answer any specific questions that you might have.
Okay, very good. Any questions right now? Yeah, okay, Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump in. This is for Brian. So Paul Kybel asked for a delay until January to allow time for a negotiated agreement with Nolan, and you are the representative. Are you, how are things going between you guys? Is this still an option, or is this?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for the question. In the comments that were submitted to you earlier this week, you'll see an email chain, some back and forth between us, the applicant, and the attorney and the members of the Encinitas Community Trust. It's pretty thorough. I'll try to summarize it briefly right now.
Just for the record, I've read it in depth. Okay. I think most of us have here.
Okay, so to summarize that for the benefit of everybody else on this call, they had asked for certain things. We made clear the things that we could provide, and we made clear the things that we couldn't provide because they would impact our project, our unit count, and the integrity of what we're trying to do here. They said that they were open to discussing those 4 items, which Paul mentioned earlier. And so we made a proposal outside of CEQA. Mr. Kybel mentioned several times when he was speaking earlier that these are mitigation measures. And I can let the city attorney speak on that, or I can let the city's environmental plan speak on that. But these are not mitigation measures. We fully, the analysis that was completed by the city for our project, the environmental impact report, was completed, compliant with CEQA. We have no issues with that analysis. And so these things that are being asked for by the Encinitas Community Trust, we call extraordinary benefits outside of the CEQA process. They are not mitigation measures. We made a proposal to do 4 of those things anyway to avoid litigation, and they did not accept that proposal. And so we moved forward to a planning commission hearing, and that's where we are tonight.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. With that, I will close the public hearing, and we can always open it back up if we need the applicant, which I suspect we will. And does staff wish to respond to any of the public comments or applicant comments?
I do not. I'm not sure if any other staff member does.
I can respond to the commenter representing the Encinitas Community Trust. We did respond to the trust letter in the final EIR. We provide a good faith response to all of the comments made. And we did not identify any substantial evidence in the comment letter that would lead us to change any of the conclusions of the EIR with respect to greenhouse gas emissions, agricultural resources, or water supply. Those 3 issue areas were determined not to be significant based on the analysis, the impact analysis in the EIR. And with respect to traffic, we did identify a significant unavoidable impact. And the mitigation, I'm sorry, it's not mitigation, but the trust calls it a mitigation measure. We didn't find any nexus for adding that to the project or making it a condition of approval, because it wouldn't change or make any kind of substantial reduction in the significance of the traffic impacts.
I think the applicant called them extraordinary benefits, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
But could the commission consider those as benefits that were helping with the statement of overriding considerations? In other words, we have to make a finding that that the benefits outweigh the environmental costs, and so we could use those as potential items there. Is that true?
Yeah. They could be construed as public benefits, benefits to the project, but there wouldn't be any nexus, for changing the impact analysis in the EIR with respect to those. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And anything else, Scott? Anna, did you want to respond with there were several comments, both from the applicant and from several of the speakers about the SCA 33, and then I think SCA 6 on the phasing of the affordable. So the Sedonia, I think the big concern is the permanence. If you could just clarify why they are the way they are in the resolution.
Sure. Yeah. As I mentioned in the presentation, we had, in particular regarding the emergency access, we had wanted to make sure that we kept the language flexible, and this was more of a very long-term thing. It was really just keeping a neutral language. It still states that it's emergency access only, but the statement was added about the public, unless there's determined a public health and safety. So we thought that was an appropriate condition of approval for this project.
Could you give examples of the type of condition that would result in a secondary access having to be opened up from a result of a health or safety concern? I mean, that seems permanently opened up, by the way, not even temporarily. I can't even think.
I would have to defer to Bob and Hans on if they can think of a scenario. So it wasn't based on a specific scenario. And that wasn't the intent of changing the condition, but I'm not sure if Bob or Hans, so Bob from traffic and Hans from fire, if you can think of a scenario in which a health and safety issue would arise to permanently opening that?
Yeah, this is Bob Gorelka from Traffic. In terms of a health and safety issue that would permanently open, I think it would mostly be emergency services for fire if they needed it. But I understand from Hans, right now it would comply with the requirements with it being gated. In terms of traffic, there's always trade-offs. You know, is to open it or to close it have different trade-offs, which have been weighed at this time, and the determination was made that to avoid a number of impacts to Cydonia, both, I think people have mentioned some safety aspects for pedestrian traffic there, but also I think it was community character to Cydonia, that it was best to have the access come off Quail Gardens. And you can always change it, but you would be dealing with trade-offs, which have already been looked at.
So question along those lines, and I'm going back to La Posta and the legalities that occurred after it was opened, then closed, and then was it opened half again? And basically that by setting that in the EIR, there was a limit to the city's ability to open it again because of the findings made in the EIR for mitigation. Is there a situation, are we setting up a similar situation here, which really kind of makes it a permanent close because we have an EIR that is analyzing it as an option of being closed, and with that therefore mitigates the safety issues, and we know by definition opening it up would eliminate that safety. Is there, I don't see how we could open it up to a regular through without having to do another EIR. Am I, Roy, I think you were here during the La Posta issue. I don't know if you studied it, but is there that kind of situation here? And Barry, you may weigh in here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the La Posta scenario or the issue there. But this is just the reason for the addition is just to provide the city the flexibility should there be a need, a public safety need in the future where the road needs to be opened for through traffic and for some based on evidence. So that was the only reason for the addition. However, the Planning Commission has the discretion to delete that requirement.
Well, okay. Yeah, and all I'm trying to get to is that if there was an analysis in the future, it would have to also include the safety reduction, if you will, on Cydonia and balance that with any safety improvement elsewhere. And that would be a very high hill to climb. That's all I was getting at, because this was studied in an EIR. And that parallel is very similar to what happened at La Posta with La Posta was far more litigated and far more involved and lengthened. But I think in a way, doing this through the EIR today that Nolan did may actually have put a pretty good high hurdle. That's the word I was looking for. Hurdle to open it up in the future.
Yeah, in any future, should there be a need in the future to open this up, it'll be subject to some type of review and environmental review as well. And through that environmental review, we'll assess whether or not reopening it would be a mitigation for a future, whatever that impact may be that triggered that public safety threshold, but it will be subject to some discretionary action.
Okay, good. SCA 6, did we, I think they talked about the phasing and there was a preference, and I can kind of understand how they've distributed I like how they've distributed the lower income throughout the project, absolutely what this commission has been saying. So does the current condition SCA 6 as is stated in the resolution allow that? And Anna, you're still muted, so when you're ready.
The way the condition of approval is in the resolution today, it does not address the concerns of the applicant. This has been a standard for density bonus affordable projects. So recognizing the conflict that it has with the type of development, we had then recommended this language here. Can you see it on the screen where we have the strikeout underline? In which we are relating it more towards, so you have your lot 4 that has all the for sale. And so each building would be issued, building permits by building. And so we did the 50% of the building permit issuance from 50% on lot 4, and then certificate of occupancy for 75%. So that way they would have to build all of the lot 1 structures, which include all of the affordable, as you mentioned, dispersed throughout. And so we were trying to find the balance of addressing the concerns of not being able to have the condition as written, and this condition here, which I believe that the applicant still does take issue with.
Okay.
And probably be good for Anna to also, Anna, if you could discuss the actual code provision.
Yes, I did have that here. Do you now see the municipal code section?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's letter A here, where it does, the way we were drafting the condition of approval was to ensure that it meets the intent of what the municipal code section states here, where it says the city may not issue building permits for more than 50% of the market rate units until it has issued building permits for all of the affordable units. And the city may not approve any final inspections or certificate of occupancy for more than 75% of the market rate units until it has issued final inspections or certificate of occupancy for all of the affordable units.
Okay. And the final inspections and certificate of occupancy will be on a building by building basis.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's kind of the reason why the math is hard. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But we're bound by this. Okay.
And that was staff's sort of
conundrum.
Trying to be flexible and recognize the uniqueness of this case, of this project, given that it's a hybrid of multifamily and sort of a standalone detached single family homes. And this would make sense for a single family development, a detached single family development. So we recognize the uniqueness and the complexity here with this project. So which is why we came up with the updated language. Also, given the fact that we coordinated with our building official in terms of how building permits are issued for these types of projects. And that gave us the flexibility to expand the definition of building permits to building permit for buildings, not individual units.
Okay, good. So I think thank you for that background. That was very helpful for me and I hope for everybody else. Any other comments from staff on the public presentation? If not, we'll move into commission deliberations. Who wants to start?
I could lead off.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I guess I want to start with just saying, before coming to this meeting, I was pretty much dreading this night with the usual bevy of protest and public opposition. We were looking at an auto-reliant project that's kind of the one-size-fits-all Sacramento solution for our housing. But what I'm seeing here is a great project. I mean, I think what we're seeing is a really commendable outreach to the community. This shows it can be done. We've got the managing partner as an Encinitas resident. what we got here is a homegrown R30 project. I think it's really great to see someone from the community building a project here. I think something was mentioned before, the number of affordable units, the type of affordable units, the dispersal of the affordable units throughout the project. This is a great solution. It's something we've all been seeking. I also think the architecture is well done. I think it's a well-conceived project, and it's actually just a well-crafted project that I think will set the standard for every project going forward. And I think we as a commission, we send a message by supporting this project that someone who does reach out to the community, who doesn't go for the fences and just go for concessions and waivers because they can, but really tries to craft a project, should be rewarded for that effort. And I look forward to voting in support of this project. I look forward to hear comment from the other commissioners, but I wanted to put that out there early. And I do have a concern about the traffic, but I think that where we're at, I don't know if that can be avoided here or anywhere. We can only put so much housing around a train station and assume they use it. So even though there is a traffic impact, I think the project is deserving of approval. And I only wish that we had this kind of approach and this developer even working on the strawberry fields in Cardiff. I just think so highly of what they've done here that I hope we can see more work like this in our community. Thank you.
Other commissioners? I can hop in if you guys want. It's up to you. I'll hop in since you're hesitating. And I wanted to make one comment on Brett. You said R30 project. We want to be really careful that if you calculate that it's 250 units on 14.2 acres, and that does not include the 5.5 for the ag, it calculates out to 17.6 dwelling units per acre. So it's a much better project than it would have been if it had to do 25 or 30 units an acre on that same size land. And so starting out my comments, I want to respond to that, but I may sound critical in some of my lines of questioning tonight during the deliberation, but I really support this concept. I think you brought something really neat and unique, but it is the first time both for the R30 and for an agri-hood. So forgive me, forgive us if we go into and ask some pretty critical questions about our code and how it applies here and how it should apply, because the R30 and for the agri-hood, farm to table, we're setting precedences, and I want to be very careful that it does what we want. So I always look, you'll hear me say up here all the time, planning is a long-term activity. I always want to look out 50 years, and I always ask myself, how will this project fit into the community in 1 year, in 50 years, or even longer? One of the things I immediately saw here is the parallel between this kind of project, which I think is very well designed with the common area and the farm to table and the agricultural preservation, a parallel between that and the Liebenheim Meeting Hall, where we've got 2.5 acres. And that was done over 100 years ago in 1885 and built in 1895. And I think this has the possibility to be a defining location within the community for 50 years to come or more. And I think that's to be applauded and be pursued. And I think from a very positive standpoint, I support what Brett said, but I do have a lot of detailed questions underneath here that we want to make sure work. So that's my opening statement. Anybody else? Susan?
Yes, I agree with most of what you both have said. And it looks to me like an exemplary project, one that will set the bar for forthcoming projects of this type. I think this project location on Leucadia is more central to our city. And I think that's a good point for it being more dense, is to have it be in a sort of a central location within the city area within Leucadia. I think also the proximity to other things like Quail Garden, Botanic Garden, and the open agricultural areas make it a good fit in the design format that they chose. And I could see them having events where families come from outside of the community who live there. And I think, so it will be an amenity for others with the restaurant and then others than people who live in the community. So I think it's a good project. I do have a concern, which is that when I looked at that progression, the slide image that had the 3 versions of the project, where it started out as 3 stories and, it went on down to the current plan. My one thought was, gosh, we had more open space if it's 3 stories. On the other hand, there's that trade-off that by going to 2 stories at the areas that are along Leucadia and along where the single family homes are, that it's a better blend with our existing character. So there's a trade-off in everything we do, and it does take open space, but right now that open space is covered up with greenhouses. So I feel very positive about the project overall.
Okay. And I had the same thought, Susan, but then I looked at the, I think the 2018 said 5.5 acres of agriculture, and the current one does. And if you look at it's visually a little deceptive, because they have trees, orchard trees, part of the agriculture at the bottom row, but it's a big wide double row of purple there. So it made it look like the agricultural shrunk from 2018 to today. And I don't think it really did. I think the acreage is the same. So Kevin or Amy?
I'll jump in. This is, as you stated in your opening comments, Bruce, it's like, yes, there will be other comments to make, but my first impression of this project is it's really kind of brilliant. It's sensitively designed. I saw in one of the early the look and feel images that were shared, and I noticed our little original 1880 schoolhouse called out, and I saw that roof line. I was so happy to see a roof line that was not the same roof line that I see every single day everywhere I go. It's beautiful. It's especially the fact that we have moderately sized units, even our market rate units. They're not going to be cheap, but they're not going to be $2 million, which I hope not. You did a really bang up job on this, and I love the way you worked with the community. It's rare. Sometimes developers, we've had at least once where I know they kind of ghosted the neighbors for a number of months, and that did not work out well for them. Whereas here it's a hugely impactful project, and it is our first housing element project, and it's not, you're not rubbing the state laws in our face. You're coming up with a beautiful project. I know that the Bob Ector, the owner of Dram and Ector, lives right here. This is his hometown. This is actually not just his hometown. He is going to be a neighbor of this complex. And this is the kind of development we need to cultivate here in our city. And I'm very pleased with everything I see. I'm somewhat freaked out about the park, or about the traffic. I know we mostly deal with VMTs versus ADTs anymore, but I see 2,500 average daily trips in and out of this complex, and that we'll discuss that a little bit later.
Okay.
That's all I have to say for right now.
Anyone else? Okay, Amy?
Yes, thank you. I would concur with a lot of what you guys have all been saying, but I am very concerned about the traffic. Just to kind of piggyback on what Commissioner Doyle said, this is concerning to me, even though the project is beautiful and wonderful and promises a lot of great things. I am worried about what this looks like to the surrounding neighborhood and to Leucadia Boulevard in general. So that's something that I'm trying to get through in my head. And just again, how that deals with our cap and meaning our greenhouse gas emissions, et cetera, and how is this impacting our cap? So just my 2 cents for right now.
And I think, like I've done in the past, especially on big multifaceted projects like this, if the commission will agree, I've got some topics that I think pretty much go through everything, and we could just step down them in somewhat order. Obviously, I'll be flexible, but things like the density, the farm to table, agri-hood portion, heights, future heights, the density and tentative parcel map, parking, landscaping, alcohol, noise, open space, ag, and then the EIR, which would of course include traffic. So maybe what I can do is just step through that, and we've got essentially 45 minutes until our 10 o'clock. If we think we're doing well and we can entertain going to 10:30, maybe 10:45, whatever, we can call that at 10 o'clock or 9:55. But I'll try and organize it so we go through it fast. So are there any, I want to start with the California room, if I can start with that and throw that out there. What is a California room? I think right now the California room doesn't have any definition in our code, and what's really going on with the bottom floor of the cottage units is that it is a patio, an open patio covered with a wall at least on one or two sides. And so I think, Anna, did your updated memo include an additional condition to prohibit conversion of that to interior space?
That is correct, it does.
Okay, so what did you call that? SCA what?
You know what, I didn't name it anything. It was so we would just add it to the end of the SCAs, whatever the last number is, and I can look at that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So I've got that on my list to make sure whatever resolution we do, we add that one. Does anybody have any objection to that? Sounds good. Moving on. Farm to table. If I could, I'll give you a quick introduction of my concern. I love the concept, first of all. I love the concept of the agricultural in perpetuity and having the restaurant right there. But what I need to know is what differentiates it legally from a regular restaurant. What is the goal? In my opinion, it's to reduce greenhouse gases through reduced traffic and trucking. And so if I'm going to define this restaurant is farm to table and this one is just regular, how do I define that difference legally? Is it the percentage of the vegetables and fruit that the farm restaurant gets? And in my mind, it really comes down to the purpose of the farm stand, of the restaurant, and even the outdoor venue is to subsidize and monetize the farm output. And I'm trying to understand, that it would have to mean that the farm is somehow legally coupled to those entities and those uses. And I want to make sure our conditions of approval guarantee that it can't just turn into a non-farm to table restaurant, whatever that might be. So that's my concern. Does anybody else share that? I got one thumbs up. I saw Amy's hand up. Amy,
I have concerns on that.
Oh, you're muted. Wait, you're still muted. There you go.
I'm trying to use the space bar thing, but I'm also looking at a Wikipedia page over here. Farm to table can have a defined meaning. Usually means has to hinge on where they source the food from, as in like from a farm as opposed to from a store. So if there's a local farm, this farm, and a network of other farms that would support the restaurant, then and they're buying directly from the farms, then they're farm to table.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
So Brett and Susan. Yeah.
That's my understanding.
I was just gonna ask if we could have the applicant speak to the business plan for the farm to table.
And before I do that, I just want to let Susan, did you have a comment before that?
Well, I think normally when you say a farm to table restaurant, it's giving you some assurance of where that food originates. So on the menu, even it might say, for example, which farm it came from, you know, that they're which, like they might have a list of 5 or 6 farms where they're sourcing, and if those are certified organic products for the produce and so forth, you know.
Yeah, and so the one thing I'm trying to understand is the purpose of the farm to table restaurant is it to reduce greenhouse gases, or is it to support and subsidize the agriculture operation?
It should be, ideally, it should be both. It should be so that you know what quality of food it is, because you're assured that there's certain criteria, because you know that farm or this farm is a certified organic produce provider, or you know that they don't use antibiotics on their livestock or things like that. But it also ideally would be as close as possible a local sourced farm product. But it could be either, unless it's specified on the menu. Some places would specify that.
Yeah, and my concern is the percentage of the supply. Like obviously the alcohol won't be supplied from locally. The meat may be in a very small percentage, and then you could argue the fruits and vegetables are going to be on a percentage basis. So if I'll open up and we'll let the applicant describe what farm to table means in this instance. So Brian, if you will open up the public hearing again and you can speak.
Great.
Or one of the representatives.
Thank you, Chair. So let me try to address those questions that have been raised. And I want to start by saying I completely understand why you're asking this question. You know, it'd be a travesty if our project were approved and we built this site and we brought like not to name names, but like a Chili's or an Islands, and you know, oh, what the heck, where'd the farm to table restaurant go? You know, I assure you that is not the intent. Those renderings that you saw are renderings that we've worked through with our restaurant designer, who designed the patio restaurant, Kettner Exchange downtown, Nolita Hall, if you're familiar with any of those places. And you know, obviously, by virtue of the fact that the restaurant is on an agri-hood community next to a 5.5-acre farm, it's part of the whole solution, where the restaurant itself is sustaining the farm by purchasing that produce at above market rate. So that's part of it. Another part of it is we have on-site chickens where we'll be having on-site eggs. We're forming relationships with hyper-local food suppliers that we can't provide on-site. Chair Ehlers, I think you mentioned that some of the meat might be provided locally. We're actually in talks with one of the largest ranchers in San Diego County, who happens to also be an Encinitas resident, and is one of the few ranches practicing regenerative agriculture, if anybody is familiar with that. It's beyond free range, beyond grass-fed. It's good for the environment, and we're looking into an arrangement where all of our meat comes from there. All of our beef comes from this ranch. So, and we're looking to do that with everything. You also mentioned alcohol. You know, one of our goals is to have all local beers and wines, everything. And so, you know, I guess what I would say is placing a condition of approval that says, you know, 55% of your lettuce needs to come from X location. It's difficult enough to, you know, be successful in farming and to be successful in the restaurant business. I would politely ask that those types of focused conditions not be placed on this. But if you want to get creative, again, I understand the concern that it actually truly is what I'm telling you it will be. So that's all I have to say. And then I guess the last thing, Commissioner Doyle, it looked like you were reading from the Wikipedia page, so I pulled that up. And I just wanted to point out one of the things that it says on farm to table at the end of the first paragraph on Wikipedia is oftentimes restaurants cannot source all of their food that they need for dishes locally. So only some dishes or some ingredients are labeled as local. We're going to try to do that as much as possible. But again, it just reiterates, you know, it would be difficult if we had certain numbers placed on this. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. And I think there was also a definition of a farm to table restaurant in one of the appendices on page 43 of the PC 9, section B of the final EIR, and it described what it said farm to table restaurant implies, and then it goes on to describe much of what you just said, but none of it was a bright line that we could say, yeah, this is farm to table, that is not. And so I'm concerned. And Brett?
Yeah, I have a question for the applicant, for Brian. With the, who will be managing the farm? Is that under the HOA, or is that another entity? And I had the same question for the restaurant with the farm to table business. Are they one and the same? And is it a lease? Just how is that going to work?
Yeah, good question, Commissioner. The farm is owned by the Master Association. We did that intentionally as part of our governance structure, and is leased back to Bob Ector. We're giving him a free lease and subsidizing that farm for a 50-year period. Bob and I have been working really for the last 2.5 years on, what I'm going to buy from him. He's the farmer. Nolan Communities will own the agricultural amenity area with the event space, the restaurant, the farm stand. We will own that space, and we're partnering up with chefs and event managers and those types of things to operate it. So the symbiotic relationship is really between us, Nolan, and Bob Ector as the farmer who has the farm lease.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
To Brian. So this is going to, Brian, this is going to be an open community, meaning it's not going to be closed off to anybody else in Encinitas or anyone. This
correct.
is going to be available to all.
Yes, open to the public.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think another nuance that would be good to talk about in conjunction with this is somewhere in here in the, it talked about in ag, that it would be an agriculture or conservation easement placed on the ag land. And to me, these two go hand in hand. The agriculture or conservation easement, and I think it said in perpetuity in the condition. And so this is real perpetuity, as opposed to the Encinitas Ranch perpetuity used. For those that don't know, that was in a 20-year document that evaporated, but this would be really in perpetuity, is my understanding. Is that correct? And this question is actually for staff.
That is correct.
Okay, so can staff explain what the agriculture or conservation easement is? I'm not quite sure what that means and what's allowed under that. Is I think I talked to Anna earlier today. If we go back in time, the ag land usage allowed for the city council at one time said it could have 125,000 square foot biotech R&D facility, and that was an ag usage. So I want to make sure that can't, if there's an agriculture easement in perpetuity over this land, it's agriculture like everybody thinks about it, greenhouses or an open field.
Yeah, I can respond to that. You can hear me okay. Ag easements are generally associated with a conservation easement. And when you have a conservation easement, it normally means you have a land trust, a nonprofit land trust that's going to manage the ag easement, i.e. the conservation easement in perpetuity. I don't think we'd have a situation like this for this particular project. I think what we would do is, if we wanted to preserve it in perpetuity through an easement, more than likely it'd be an open space easement. And then we have flexibility on the restrictions of the open space easement. The Planning Commission can, it's their discretion to provide the restrictions as part of the open space easement. So I think that's probably more likely the more appropriate mechanism, because like I said, a conservation easement normally means you have a land trust, a nonprofit managing it. And I don't believe that discussion has come up in any conversations with the applicant, but we can confirm that.
Anna, what is the condition, or what condition for preserving this? What does it say? Do you know which?
Sure, I can pull it up.
Yeah. Page 64 is where the conditions start.
We have. Can you see number 36 on the screen?
Yes. And so it might, yeah, okay. So now I understand, based on Scott's comments, a conservation easement would be more restrictive than even an agricultural easement. Is that what I should understand?
They're pretty, we don't have any in Encinitas, but they're pretty much synonymous. Usually when you have an ag easement, it usually means it's a conservation easement. And there's some kind of entity that's managing it in perpetuity. Usually it's, when you use the word conservation easement, it's always a land trust or some kind of nonprofit organization managing it in perpetuity. Similar to a conservation easement for an area that has, significant biological resources. We don't use the term open space easement in that case. We use the word conservation easement because, and that's what the wildlife agencies use as an example, because there's a nonprofit that's managing it in perpetuity.
And so that gives the city a easement right over that land. And so if it's conveyed, the city always retains that agricultural easement.
Well, I don't think it's a problem making it an open space easement. Maybe our legal counsel can chime in, but if it's an open space easement, it's dedicated to the city, and we, the city, enforce the restrictions of the easement, whatever those restrictions may be. So as I indicated, the planning commission can come up with those restrictions.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have to be over the entire land. It could just be over the growing fields where it allowed agricultural growing in ground or in greenhouses, but not permanent structures over just the field section. And then we could leave the other section to allow farm support buildings and the like.
Correct.
Okay. I would be in support of that. I don't know about how the other commissioners feel. You guys are quiet.
Yeah, I would support that as well. Yeah, a permanent easement for conservation of the agricultural use as an open space.
Okay, and further limited to either in the ground growing or greenhouse growing, but not permanent structures beyond greenhouses.
Yes.
Okay, I got 3 yeses.
I'm curious, do we need to, we have this condition that either an agriculture or a conservation easement. What's the mechanism by which this will happen? Any idea?
Yeah, well, what would happen is the easement, and presumably it's going to be an open space easement, not a conservation easement, again, because conservation implies management, again, by a land trust. So it's an open space easement, and then it gets recorded prior, we set the trigger for when it needs to be recorded. Normally for a development project, it's typically prior to grading permit issuance. So.
Okay, and we would set the conditions for that pretty much right now.
We could, yes. Yeah, planning commission can do that. Sure.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Scott.
Typically, if I may, Mr. Chair, typically these open space easements, the city have standard language and template for open space. But I think, like Scott said, it's important that if the commission was to further restrict uses within this easement, it's important that that the commission outline what those restrictions are so that we can ensure that those get into the open space easement document that staff prepare. But it is a template form that we use. We have standard language that's been vetted by our legal counsel that we use. However, if the commission was to further restrict or provide specific restrictions, I think it'll be good to incorporate those as part of condition of approval.
And Chair, we need to do that this evening?
Yeah, Yeah, if we need to do it before we approve this.
Oh boy.
So I just wanted to, okay. Let's see, that's California room, farm to table. I still don't have a good handle on farm to table and what we could do, but are there any other comments on, I suspect it's gonna be something tying the two together, but I'd say move on for now and we can always come circle back. Susan?
Well, I do have one comment. If it's zoned agricultural and it's to remain zoned agricultural, wouldn't the zoning already delimit what can happen on agricultural zoned land?
Yeah, as I said earlier, on the ag zone land, a previous city council was willing to allow a 125,000 square foot, 35-foot tall concrete tilt-up biotech R&D lab. So,
Oh boy.
Oh boy,
So,
yeah. That
so,
was, yeah. So
what we should consider that land would be in a more of a nature conservancy type designation.
I think that's what Scott said, is that we would not, rather than using a biological conservancy or a conservancy, that we would designate it open space, and we could designate the unique character of that open space. So there would be two components going on here. Agricultural zoning, which would require technically a Prop A vote of the people to change. And then if we, as a condition of approval, require a open space easement with agricultural use and whatever detail we want to put in there, it would limit it to that kind of use there. So I think we're pretty close on that.
Okay.
I think I saw.
I just wanted to be sure. I couldn't hear him. He was breaking up.
Yeah, Scott, your connection is pretty weak. So when you speak, if you could speak clearly into the mic, really close to the mic, and give it a good signal.
Or maybe less close to the mic. His voice was like, maybe he was too.
Yeah, I have an old laptop and it's I don't know how many times it's fallen on the ground. So I think it's about time for a new one. Hopefully you could hear me there.
Yeah, we can hear you there.
Okay.
What about density and unit count? Any questions about density and unit count?
Not from here.
Yeah, I think.
Yes. What are we looking at in totality? What is it?
You talking about the total number of units is 250.
Yep.
And
how many of them are going to be affordable?
40 will be affordable, with 25 of they're all very low income, not low income, very low income. And
Which just Chair, just for people that are listening, what does that mean?
That means that it's limited to people at, help me, 50% of the average median income or annual median income for San Diego County.
Okay, so we have 40 of those units in this?
Yes, and 25 of them are in perpetuity because they're the inclusionary requirement. Did I get that right? And 15 are for 55-year term. So they'll revert to market rate after 55 years.
Okay.
Please, staff, correct me if I'm not remembering those correctly.
So staff, can I ask a really dumb question right now? So if we're looking at a very low income house here in this particular project, we're looking at what in order to purchase one? What are we looking at? Or rent one?
They're all rentals.
Right? Okay, to rent one.
Yeah, Roy, I'm not sure. Are you able to answer that question?
It's unfortunately it's difficult to give a number because we don't know what the unit product is going to be, and we also need to factor in HOA cost, utility cost. All those things go into calculating the rent. So not having those data, it's very difficult to give a number on what the rent would be.
So realize I'm not pushing on you, Roy, at all. I'm just trying to understand, to people that are looking at this project, they're saying, this is great. You know, we've got 40 units that are going to come online that are for very low income, but what does that mean?
I can give you an example because I just literally looked at the chart before this meeting. The 50% median income is roughly 40 some thousand.
43 something.
42, yeah, I think and I'm talking for a single person. For a studio apartment, the total payments for the rental for a one-person studio apartment were 800 and change a month. And that includes, as Roy said, HOA fees plus rent, plus I think allocation for utilities. So that'll give
goodness.
That gives you a ballpark.
Our teachers will be thrilled to hear about that. Where can they sign up for that?
Well,
awesome.
I think that's I don't know, but contact staff if you're interested. So,
okay.
But that just gives you, you know, it's these are very low income, so that is a benefit for the city that we are getting 40 very low income. Typically, we usually get more of the low income, which is 80% of the AMI.
Right.
So,
if I might add, on page 28 and 29 of the staff report, there's a breakdown of the affordable unit mix. So it adds to the complexity of the answer, Amy. You have to look at that and then kind of factor in if it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, et cetera. But it's in the staff report. I urge you to look at it.
Yep.
Okay. Any other comments on density or number of units or any concerns? My only concern is that this is unique to this one and only project in R30. All the other R30 projects are going to be much, much different, except maybe Fenway. And that concerns me. So height. Anybody else have concern about future additions on the outer perimeter of the project? Or anybody have concerns about the little hats put on the carriage units for the roof deck? I love the roof decks. I think they're a great idea. I just worry about the little, what do you call this? It's not a parapet. What's the official term for that, Brad?
Oh, I don't know exactly. The gables or whatever roofing.
Yeah, it's like a
pergola.
Looks like a little hat.
Yeah, it's a pagoda or gazebo attached to the top of the unit. And from a design, from a design review, I don't like them. I think, but
I personally didn't dislike them. I thought, you know, it's already tall. We're in this transition mode, and then we have these other little bumps that stick up. Didn't bother me. I thought it was, you know, especially when you see it in the 3-dimensional renderings. That's where you kind of really get a feel for the fact that they're not just like right up on the edge.
Yeah, I just, to me, they're reminiscent of guardhouses. You know, maybe they should go in the corners of the property and have sites down. No, I'm kidding.
Future location.
No,
machine guns after.
Totally. I totally agree with you.
I just didn't like it from everything else. I love. I just those, and I even love the roof decks. I like roof decks in Encinitas, but this is an element that kind of screams in the face. And we did all these nice things to keep the 2-story around the edge, and then one row behind it we put little guard towers.
Yeah, I am so with you.
It's right up there, and I didn't like the water tower approach before either. So that's me. I'd love to hear from you guys.
I mean, the guard tower doesn't serve any purpose, so I can tell. It's shade, which is nice.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
As you start discussing the design of the project, I would encourage and advise the commission that given that this is a housing project development, there are state laws that requires cities to review projects and judge it based on objective standards.
Okay.
So I would advise that if you're criticizing the design, please cite specific objective standards that would apply in order for you to assess or modify the project, or ultimately deny the project if you so desire. But it should be based on objective standards.
I would echo that. I mean, we need to be objective here. Does it comply? Yes. If the height's a concern, will it get higher? That'll be another application review process. So I think there's enough safeguards that for now, this is pretty well contained. Not to say it couldn't change in the future, but I don't know that we can control all possible outcomes here.
Yeah.
But I think all in all, it's a nice design, and yeah, I don't see them as guard towers. I think they're a nice feature.
Okay, Susan.
Well, that kind of goes back, if you want to, just a generic sort of way that as a finding, they can only apply for waivers on projects if they couldn't build it a different way and it be feasible. So one thing about this project is that it has a very, very narrow setback as one of the waiver requests. And so what I was saying earlier about the design that was 3 stories high probably wouldn't have asked for that. It wouldn't have needed that setback to be so small on Leucadia Boulevard, for example. I just wonder, you know, I hate to see Encinitas not thinking things through thoroughly by asking for things that are only 2 stories. Sure, we preserve some character, but environmentally, you cover more area, you cover more ground, you have more runoffs because you don't have the stories. So sometimes building more densely means going taller so that you don't have to give things like waivers of easements. And so then your project would be set back further from Leucadia Boulevard. So I encourage all of the commissioners to consider not just character, but also the environmental impacts of covering more square footage. This is a good project. I'm not saying that it's not a good project, but I am saying that we need to think about that. Do we want to cover up? Because the more buildings you have, when they're shorter, they have to be more numerous to get the number of units. When they're taller, they can be fewer, and then there would be fewer amount of paved surfaces going to each unit because they'd be more densely located. So I personally am a bit conflicted on that point, because if it is a little bit taller, it might be better for us as a community.
Okay.
Not all of it, not the whole project being taller.
But Susan, to that end, I mean, what we're talking about, again, in this design thing, what we're talking about isn't living space, it's designed, right?
Yeah, it's a roof deck, but
no, what I was talking about is when you're talking about designing to standards, one of the standards for density is that they can request a waiver if they need that waiver to make their project financially feasible, right? They can't just go requesting all kinds of waivers that they don't really need, but gosh, it would be nice to get it. You know, so I'm talking about what we have to do for each project, how we look at each project.
If I could have staff just clarify, I think I want to be really clear about the difference between a waiver and a concession and what's the other call? A concession / incentive, right? I think, Susan, you may be using the term waiver when you really should be calling it a concession. There are no waivers on this project. And so if staff could clarify what a waiver is versus a
okay, I understand what you're saying.
And what the 3 concessions are on this project.
Yes, thank you. I hear your concern on a broader basis. I understand what you're saying, Commissioner. So this project is requesting 3 concessions, and they have identified that constructing the 2-story would provide for the cost savings rather than the 3-story to build the affordable units. So it's more of a the concession incentive is on a cost savings basis to provide for the affordable units, and then the waivers are more for the physical constraints of the property. And so these here are for concession incentives.
So it's actually kind of doing the opposite of what your implication was. It's actually spreading it out further because keeping it 2 stories cheaper for them, but by spreading it out, they had to impact the setback along, a couple of the setbacks, but the one along Leucadia Boulevard. But those were concessions, and I want to make sure we're sticking to the code. And so,
Just to be clear, so they get they can have a concession without any special approval or need, or?
They are entitled to a number of concessions depending on the percentage of very low or low income, and it's a sliding scale. They qualified for 3 concessions given the number of units based on percentage. Yeah, and so and all they have to do to justify that is show, I think, substantial evidence of a cost savings that leads towards the providing of the lower income units. And so there were memos that were reports produced that, for instance, the one I on page 312 of the letter supporting the 2-story being less expensive than 3-story. I thought that was interesting. And that's probably something we'll talk about.
I would think it'd be the opposite, but so, okay.
Yeah. It isn't, yeah. So that's a good question. Now may be a good time to talk about concessions. We got 15 minutes left before I need a motion for a extension, just FYI. But why don't we talk about the 3 concessions right now and whether we can make the findings for the concessions. Anybody object to them, or did they find enough substantive evidence in order to make the findings?
They all seemed reasonable to me. I mean, looking at them one at a time, the setback from Leucadia Boulevard in code should be 50, on the plan is 25, if I'm not mistaken. The other concession is the lot 4 setbacks, the ones between the carriage houses and the cottages.
Yeah.
And number 3 is the distance between buildings. I'm a little confused on that. Isn't that the same as number 2? Anna, perhaps you could help me out there. I'm looking at page 37 of the staff report.
Page 37 of the staff report. Yes. So let me share. Give me 1 second. Apologize. Okay, so you have your setback from Leucadia Boulevard, which is required 45, and they are requesting 25. And then the lot 4, which is interior to the lot, they have a side yard, which is, I believe 2 feet, and then their rear yard, 7 feet. I may have them flipped actually, but I can pull it up. And then the distance between buildings is internal between the buildings, not from setback.
Yeah. I see.
And I can pull up the image.
There's a more detailed description of it on page 306. Just in case anyone missed it in the, how many pages? 4,379 pages.
I think it's well justified, the concessions where they're described on 306, 307. Yeah, they actually put a numerical value to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. So I think I just want to make sure we made that finding. And I haven't heard any objections so far, so very good. Let's see. Parking. Do we have any concerns about parking? And I would expand that to include parking on Sedonia or potential for spillover to other neighborhoods.
Always have concern about parking in Leucadia.
Yep.
Well, I would say they're meeting the parking requirements, and they're providing more than the minimum for the restaurant use. So it looks like they're putting more than the minimum already And for me, I like less asphalt on projects, but yeah, I think their parking is fine.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think there's a small chance that some people may choose to park on Sidonia and walk through the gate to visit their friends. But I think that is more of a an enforcement issue than a problem with this.
How can it be an enforcement issue?
Is there parking right there outside that driveway? It seems, I thought there was.
And I thought it wasn't gated. Did I ask that earlier?
Well, the thing is, personally, I don't think it would be great. I don't want to see it gated. I think the kids, we're talking again, 10, 20 years from now, the kids in this neighborhood are going to play with the kids over in Fox Point. So we don't want to wall them off from each other.
Right.
Yeah.
But we want to somehow dissuade people from parking on Sidonia. And,
how do you enforce that?
I don't know. Maybe maybe the permit parking. There are enforcement.
Okay.
So
there's also red curbs currently.
Are there red curbs? I wasn't certain.
For a part of it, for the part near Lucadia.
Yeah, and Anna, I think we discussed. Can you fill us in on what the proposed parking on the east and west sides of Sidonia? What is it allowed in the future? Is the ultimate built-out right-of-way wide enough to support parking on both sides, and will it default to being permitted?
So that's correct. There will be full improvements to Sidonia. And I don't know if Jesse, if you want to add to that, but parking is part of the Sidonia Street improvements. So it will be, I believe, on both sides, Jesse?
That is correct. The road will be at 36 feet wide that will allow parking on both sides. The east side will be pervious pavers for stormwater quality.
Okay. And just while we got you, Lucadia Boulevard, no parking?
I believe there's no parking today on Lucadia Boulevard, and there's no plans to change Lucadia Boulevard.
And same question for Quail Gardens Drive.
No improvements on Quail Gardens Drive.
But is there parking allowed there now?
I do not believe so.
Okay. At least on the frontage. I'm only concerned about the frontage here. I just want to understand the opportunities. So the only real immediately adjacent opportunity for outside of the project parking would be on Sidonia. And I think that's one of the negative effects we're trying to avoid. So I kept wondering, how can we do this? Do we red curb the whole thing? Well, then they just park on the opposite side, right? And then it impacts the residents, their ability to have people over and whatnot. I don't know that we can do it here tonight because it wasn't noticed, but perhaps we could, as part of our resolution, make a recommendation that parking be, that we recommend to the Traffic Commission that they consider limiting parking 2 nights a week so that there's no parking 1 or 2 nights a week, so that you don't end up with cars permanently parked out there and they have to go find a solution for those cars. The reason I went down this thought is the tandem parking that's front back. I can imagine there are some large SUVs, Humvees, Suburbans, that are going to be really, really hard to get in there.
Yep.
And so there are going to be some oversized vehicles looking for parking within the site. When they don't find easy parking within the site, they will end up out on a street outside of here. And I'm trying to minimize the impact of people doing that on a continuous basis. So
exactly. Well said.
Brett?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a citywide ordinance that you can only park for 48 hours. I'm not sure about that on the street, but that's a good point. I would say, looking at this project, we're going to get a big gain in on-street parking for the community. And I didn't hear any concerns from the community members about the parking issue, is the access from Sidonia. So yeah, people may park there. I don't know if there would, if it becomes a problem, it could be something that's happened elsewhere. I think, where is it, off Lake Drive, they went through a parking permit program, or there's been other apartment projects that have had that issue brought up.
Okay.
So I don't know if we need to wait for it to become a problem, but to the point, yeah, cars parking more than 40, if as long as it's city ordinance, that you cannot do that anyways. But if not, then we should definitely go to traffic commission. And then there's going to be a lot more parking created, probably 100 spaces, I imagine, on the street.
Yeah.
So
And I thought about the permit parking. I think is a whole nother level that's city council. They could talk about that. But the 48 hours, that the enforcement, you have to detect whether or not it moved, and literally you could park it, and you could roll it down.
What time is it?
Oh, I think somebody had an open mic. You can move it down 10 feet. So the reason I thought a better solution is to actually disallow it for at least 1 or 2 nights a week is they have to go find a home for that car. And then they have to have an internal, or at least further away, or they're walking much further the next time. So, but I don't know that, are there any other, Susan?
Well, I know that it's 3 days actually on residential streets that you can park with, but then what I understand is they don't necessarily come around and like chalk the tires, you know. But if someone complains, that's when someone will be cited or towed or something like that. So there has to be a complaint before someone's moved. But I can tell you that in a lot of cities, the way this is handled, where you have areas where residents deserve to, you know, have parking, is that they issue a neighborhood permit, you know, for those street parking. And so people who live outside of Fox Point Farm, who would have, let's say, who have normally been parking on Sedonia, let's say, what they would get is some kind of a sticker that they hang, you know, a hanger in the, you know, car, so that, or on the windshield, a sticker or something for parking. So that they're permitted to park there, but others are not. And so that it was a big deal where I used to live up in the LA area. Many neighborhoods have gone to that in order to combat having, you know, people from outside coming and parking on their street, sort of thing. And then you come home from work and there's no place for you to park.
I don't know that we do. A question for staff: do we have that kind of system in any other neighborhood in Encinitas that's implemented by the city?
I don't know. Yeah.
I do, because we do. The very first case I dealt with when I sat on the planning commission was the extension of a roundabout off of Pacific View Lane and off of Seacrest. That's like right at Saxony, where the Essex Heights apartments are. And there was a lot of issues with the Essex Heights apartment people. There's an exit there, dumps out onto Seacrest Way, and they had to make that no parking. And now everyone who lives on those, it's just really a couple of little streets, Seaview Court and Pacific View Lane, have to have permits to park there after a certain time of the night.
And that was implemented by the city? And
yeah, it's a city. And this was, at least in 2017, it was this way. Roy or Anna, you may know more about this, but stuck in my mind. Like I say, it was my very first planning commission meeting. And, you know, similar issue.
Okay.
Yeah, the process is through the traffic commission and then city council.
So okay. So if this is approved, that is probably a subsequent action that we couldn't even take action on tonight anyways, right?
I think it would be sensible to wait, and then if it's a problem, this is a problem that can be addressed.
Okay.
Same thing happened with Essex Heights, from what I was told, was that there originally was no permits, but then it became a problem, and then through advocacy efforts, it became so. I'll pass the mic to Brett Farrow.
Go ahead, Brett.
Thank you. Two things. I live on Mozart Avenue. We used to get a lot of people that would park here and leave their cars. I called the sheriff if it was there for more than 3 days, and they would come out and enforce it. It's pretty easy. Second, we probably should continue the meeting. Shall I break the tradition and make a motion?
Wow.
Meeting for 30 minutes and no more.
40 minutes? 30 minutes. Okay, 30. I'll second that.
Okay.
And call a question if there's no.
Let me, sorry, get the program.
Open mic.
Bruce, who was that made the motion?
It was Brett Farrow. So get that one down on paper. We want that one. Yeah. Somebody's got an open mic.
And if there's any people from the media watching this, remember that was Brett Farrow who.
And who was the second? I'm sorry.
I did.
All right. That's what I thought.
And I'm an I.
Okay. Brett's and I. Whoa.
Evans and I.
Kevin, Commissioner Sharon.
Jeremy Loudon, you may have an open mic that we're getting background noise.
No, sorry, I was muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That was a no. Okay. And then Commissioner Flicker.
Aye.
Okay. So the vote passes 4-1 with Commissioner Sharon saying no.
Okay. And I'm trying to figure out where the background noise is coming from. I don't see.
That might be here.
I think that's us.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, let's see.
Okay. The next topic I had was street improvements on Sedonia. Are there any concerns about the proposed street improvements? I don't have any, but okay. Landscaping, any concerns about landscaping? Let's see.
I did see they're removing 32 trees on Acadia. And I was just wondering, are any of those trees mature trees, or what are they removing? What are those 32 trees?
I have to look at that. We did have the city arborist look at them and approve the removal of them and then the planting of the new trees, but I would have to look up to see what they are.
I saw that they are replacing with like 30 new trees and 5 other trees or somewhere else or something. 30 on Lucadia they're replacing or something. There were more trees being replaced than taken out. But my concern about trees being removed, I always want to know if they're mature trees, because that's a very different thing than a young sapling kind of a tree. You know, a young tree doesn't provide the same benefit. Doesn't provide the same benefit as a mature tree. So
yeah, and my
Susan, just a quick look on Google Earth, and we've got some eucalyptus, some pine trees, various sizes, but I'm not seeing something like a big heritage tree. But I hear your point, and yeah, it seems they don't have to be taken out. Why should they?
Yeah, the big beautiful eucalyptus. There was 2 of them there. The really smooth skinned ones. I know a lot of people love to hate those trees, but they're historic for Lucadia. And I don't know if the plan is to just remove all trees and then install new trees, or whether the applicant's planning to work around existing trees. Maybe Brian, if he's still around, would be the one to answer that. I don't see him.
No, he's there. He's coming on.
Oh, there he is.
I'm definitely still here. Do you want me to respond?
Yeah, just tell us about your handling of are you getting rid of the trees and starting over basically?
Yeah, so we do have our landscape architect here, Schmidt Design Group, Jennifer Montgomery, if you want to speak to that. They did our tree survey. At a high level, how I would respond to that is we're actually leaving as many trees in place as possible. And the trees that we're removing, we're replacing beyond 1-to-1. You know, I don't have it in front of me, but my recollection is that there aren't any mature growth heritage trees, and any trees that we don't need to impact are staying in place. I don't know if that directly addresses the question, but
I think it does.
Okay.
Okay. If there's nothing else on landscaping, alcohol, any questions, comments about the alcohol conditions or allowing it, the timing, live entertainment? I'd throw that in there too. I really appreciate it being only till 10 o'clock. This project is right in the middle of not only the other residential neighborhoods outside, but there are residences all around this, very near this restaurant. So,
and I really appreciate that they moved the restaurant and the venue further away from the residential area. The only person that theoretically could be impacted is basically Farmer Bob, who will be right there. And, you know, he'll know who to call, I suppose, if it gets too loud.
And Anna, I had a comment earlier I knew during our call of the DJ. Was there any change necessary in the conditions like SCA 27 versus whatever the other one that had DJ, a prohibition against DJ, even though I thought the plan was to have music piped in by a DJ at the event center?
Yes, I think we had discussed whether or not the condition of approval, the question was that it did disclose that DJs would be part of the events. But there was a condition that Chair Ehlers had found that stated that DJs were not allowed. And so we were discussing on possibly modifying the condition, and I will find it and can pull it up.
SCA 27.
Thank you.
I have had a note here on SCA 24. I was pleased to note that dancing, which is prohibited, it does not apply to an event. So dancing shall be prohibited on the premises unless associated with an event. So I was picturing the wedding reception. And
Yeah.
yes,
Goodness, you can cue the movie Footloose.
Really?
I did include, I do remember now the operation of the restaurant as approved. So
okay, so we're okay.
Thank you.
Got it. Okay, so that's not a problem.
Cool.
Let's see. And what about the location of the live entertainment? Usually on restaurants and on even events, we bound it with a geographic on the map.
Yes, so the location should be found on, I wrote the page, I apologize, sheet A2.8.1.
Okay, so but you said it's there, so we're good.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I had for alcohol. Nobody else?
Chair, just real quick, did we actually as a group say that we were going to put some sort of a limitation on when alcohol would have to be cut off?
The report said 10 p.m., 10 a.m.
And we're all with that. Okay, cool.
Now would be the time to discuss it if we wanted to alter that.
Got it.
So not hearing anybody objecting, I think 10 p.m. sounds like a consensus. So noise, outdoor speakers was my only concern, but it sounds like the noise ordinance is in place. So does anybody else have concern with noise? Okay. Let's see.
Does anybody have concern with like just traffic noise? Like that kind of thing? Like people like just leaving, I don't know. Like, I guess my point is it's like if I'm a neighbor and everything should get shut down around 10 p.m., shouldn't that also make me feel like the traffic noise would also shut down around 10 p.m.?
Well, you're still gonna have people coming and going, but maybe not as many, certainly.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the main generator of traffic noise is Leucadia Boulevard.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is similar to the discussion we had on a previous item on a previous night, where from an environmental standpoint, you can only talk about noise generated on the project. And
yep,
this is 250 homes, and you know, they're pretty slow cars there, so they can't make a whole lot of noise.
Okay.
Let's see. I have the heading I had was open space, but really what I wanted to talk about, what I had concern about was access to Indian Head Canyon and how people get there. Mm-hmm. And there is, Anna, can you bring up the fence and wall map? And Brian, I may need somebody from your staff to help explain. There's a gap in the northwest corner, and if you can just explain why there's a gap in the fence and why it's not, why it's impassable by pedestrians. In other words, you went to all the trouble to put that lovely fence in, but then there's that one gap right there.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If you don't mind, I can respond to that. And if you want further information, I would defer to the city's engineer, Jesse. But the short answer is that break in the fence is so that maintenance equipment for the basins, you see we have a basin on both sides there, so that maintenance equipment can go from one basin to the other. We kind of have ramps at the edges of the basin so that maintenance equipment can come out and go into the next one. It's you know, maybe a once a year, twice a year kind of thing, but that's the reason for the break in the fence.
Should it be a gate or something? In other words, how do you prevent people from using that as a shortcut from the project out onto Sedonia? Because the whole intent of that fence was to kind of minimize the traffic, or do we leave it there and I mean, how do you prevent people from going through?
So if you look immediately above that, which would be to the west, that's a private property. You don't have direct access to Sedonia. So if somebody walked through that, they would need to go through a private property's backyard in order to access Sedonia. And then regarding your initial question about could there be a gate, I would defer to Jesse. I know we had discussed that initially with staff. And I think, again, from a maintenance standpoint, it's preferred that there's not a gate. I would say from the applicant standpoint, we would support it either way. We would put in a gate if staff supported that.
Sure. So the bioretention basins are privately maintained. Having an access gate there makes a lot of sense and would have complete control by the HOA, and the city has no opposition to that.
Great.
I think it would save the property owner a lot of grief on that just off property, that they're going to have to police their land suddenly where they probably didn't have to the same degree when it was Dram and Ector. So
yes. Yeah, Chair, we would absolutely you know, support a condition of approval in that regard.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that.
I'm on board with that.
Okay. Okay. Ag, we've talked about. I'm not sure there's any other, and I think we're pretty assured that it's in perpetuity with the addition of a open space covenant for agriculture. Okay. There was discussion about the agricultural conservation easements. As far as I know, it's not they're offering it not as a mitigation, but you know, is anybody having, maybe I'll save that and we can talk about it when we get into the statement of overriding considerations, because it's really whether we've met the threshold. Go ahead, Brett.
Chair Ehlers, I'm getting concerned about time here. It's 10:13. I don't know how many more issues you have or you want to go over. We seem to have some redundancy here.
Yeah, you know, we could, because there's a lot going on. So the EIR and traffic is probably the next big one, and that's the last, but it's a big one. So I don't think that's I fear that's not a 10-minute discussion. So
yeah, that's a big one.
But we can try.
Well, let's move on to it.
Okay, let's go into the EIR and how would we like to go? Would you like to just hop into it in general, or go through it? Can we make the findings that on the vehicle mile travel is probably the first one. Traffic. Let's talk traffic.
I've got issues with this just because VMT is new to me. You know, I've spent all this time absorbing LOS and ADTs, and now I've got VMTs. And now the VMTs are, you know, I remember we had a project just a month or so ago where people complained that we weren't using VMT yet. But so now it's it's 2,500 using the old school method. It's 2,500 ADTs. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, lawyer Barry or Roy might be best one for this. there's been a traffic study here, but we're not, since this is a housing element site, we're not really allowed to, or how much can we insist on a traffic study? Are we supposed to be, didn't I see somewhere, I remember when the Goodson project, they were complaining that, oh my God, you made us have to do a traffic study. That was horrible.
Wait, do you want me to provide some background on the traffic
Please,
analysis?
I really would love some background on this because this
Okay.
one is a big one for me.
Okay, yeah.
No,
So this is the first project in the city where we're actually addressing DMT impacts. And this has been driven by recent law. Folks in Sacramento decided that VMT is a better metric to analyze in order to address climate change impacts. So this is all being pretty much driven by the climate change, GHG issue. However, not only did we do a VMT study, but we did the traditional level of service congestion study that we don't do under CEQA anymore, starting with this project. So we did that separately. And the reason why we did that is because under our general plan, we have circulation element policies that are still in effect and they pertain to level of service. So in order for us to make the findings that the project's consistent with the general plan, i.e. the circulation element, we did a level of service study. And we're allowed to do that, not for CEQA purposes, but just for purposes of addressing consistency with the general plan. And the level of service analysis determined that the project would have two impacts at two intersections. One intersection was at Saxony and Leucadia Boulevard, and the other intersection was Leucadia Boulevard and Garden View Road. And the project would be able to provide improvements, or would be conditioned to provide improvements to reduce those impacts to be consistent with our general plan thresholds, our level service threshold in our general plan circulation element. So, and it's a matter of adjusting the timing of the signal light at Saxony and at Garden View Road. It's a matter of adjusting the signal light, not the timing, but right now there's a protected left signal light on the southbound and northbound approach. And the improvement would provide a permissive left turn signal light for the southbound and northbound approaches. So the improvements would effectively mitigate the impacts at those two intersections. So yeah, I mean, if we were to use this traditional traffic study analysis for the EIR, we would find that we wouldn't have significant traffic impacts, assuming hypothetically that we weren't doing VMT. But again, the VMT is being driven by Sacramento, and unfortunately, it doesn't really work that well for built-out suburban communities like Encinitas. Whenever we have a traffic, the screening threshold for the screening threshold for doing a VMT analysis is 1,000 average daily trips. Whenever we have a project that's going to generate that much traffic, we're going to be doing an EIR, and more than likely, we're not going to be able to fully mitigate the impacts based on the VMT mitigation measures. There's just not a lot of bang to the buck to reduce the impacts of VMT below a threshold under the analysis. So that's it in a nutshell.
That's a great summation. Just to clarify, I'm just going to rephrase a couple of things, because I know a lot of people, they look at this and they say, oh my God, the traffic at Quail Gardens and Leucadia is going to be so badly impacted. But it's where it's going to be impacted the most is not at that intersection, but at the two intersections to the east and west, Saxony and Garden View. And you know, it's clear to me, and I'm sure a lot of other people must be already thinking about this, that, you know, this is just the first project. We've got, you know, 1,000, 2,000 more units that could be happening. And the city is, we can't make someone working on this project fix an intersection a half mile away. I mean, we're going to have to, the city, this is not an action for tonight, but the city is going to have to step up. We're going to have to start rethinking some of our infrastructure projects to handle this new growth that is coming, whether we like it or not.
So can I add on to your question? And Scott, excellent summary. I really appreciate it. Can you go one step further and explain how the environmental assessment from the housing element update, which was adopted and approved, interacts and plays with this EIR that we are considering for one of the projects within that?
Yeah, the environmental assessment for the housing element update, it's really an exercise in when it comes to all these housing element sites. The mitigation measures in the environmental assessment for the housing element update basically requires technical studies to be conducted for these projects. So it's an exercise in ensuring the technical studies for biology is done, for archaeological resources, for hazardous materials. So that's what it is pretty much in essence. All the mitigation measures basically say, hey, when these projects come forward, whether they're by right or not, the city needs to conduct these technical studies. So that's essentially what the environmental assessment requires for the housing element update. And so this project has done that. With respect to traffic, it's a little different. The mitigation measure in the housing element update for traffic impacts, it doesn't require that a housing element project, do a traffic study. It does require that a traffic provide a fair share contribution to any impacts that the project would have, but only if there's a CIP in place by the city that's been adopted that provides for a future funding for the facility being impacted by the project. If there's no CIP in place, then the project is not required to provide a fair share contribution.
Wow. Thank you. Okay. So on vehicle miles traveled, we are basically saying that it is significant and unavoidable, but that what would be required. Can we all make, or what are the comments you have on the statement of overriding considerations in order to balance the unavoidable negative environmental effect with the project benefits? Anybody?
I wouldn't mind speaking to the statement of overriding concern or consideration, I mean. Now, we saw this is the second time in a month we've seen this, and before that, in the 30 plus years of our city's existence, we've granted 4 or 5 of these, and it's just, well, no, it was Encinitas. They were listed out in the Belmont case.
I just don't know that was an exhaustive list. So,
but it was it's infrequent. I'm just concerned that some of the significant benefits for the community are more significant benefits for the projects as opposed to the community. Now, this one has the 40 very low income housing, which is a significant benefit, and it has the public trail and amenities, which is again for the public good. A lot of the other public goods that were listed were actually more for the residents of this community, and there will be 250 families here. But still, I just wanted to float this out. I want to see take the temperature of the other commissioners here. It's been are we overusing this tool?
Yeah, and that's I've struggled with that. That's the only thing. But I always look at the projects. Even it's still before us, so I won't comment on the other project. But I'll use history, and I'll go back to the Home Depot was done through a statement of overriding consideration, and that set aside 75% of that lot as natural open space, and that was extraordinary, and maybe even over and above. And I'd like to think that what we're doing here, setting aside 5.5 acres out of roughly 21, that's significant in my mind, and it speaks to the heritage of Encinitas, and we put a viable.
You just went mute there, Bruce. I think you hit a button.
Did that work? Yeah. I did. I inadvertently hit my pad, and I'll go back to my opening statement where 50 years from now, what we do tonight, is it a benefit 50 years from now? And an open space agricultural easement on 5.5 acres or 5 acres, whatever it turns out to be, for the farm portion, the growing portion. If we are able to preserve that, and we're certainly taking all the correct mechanisms that it should be there 50 plus years from now, that's huge. And I think the recreational area and the farm to table restaurant all are part of that component. So, I put myself, think of the Levenheim people setting aside 2.5 acres 100 years ago. Yeah, it's turned out pretty well in my mind, and it's been a real benefit to the neighborhood and city. So that's my comments.
Cool. Susan?
Susan, go ahead. Sorry, Susan. I'm slowing down. It's late.
Yeah, you're getting sloppy there.
I did
Thanks,
find.
Kevin.
Excuse me? Am I okay?
No, it's your floor.
It's
okay. So I did find on page 16 of the report, the project will remove 32 street trees and 30 new street trees on Leucadia Boulevard, and 5 new street trees on Coil Garden Drives will be planted as part of the project. So they are going to remove mature trees. And I just question that, why? Because our policy is that we'll maintain significant mature trees to the extent possible. Yet every project I have seen so far come before this commission, you guys don't care about trees. Those trees are expendable. You're like, oh yeah, well, yeah, we have these trees, they're gonna go, we'll plant some new ones. But it's not the same thing. Mature trees have mature root systems and mature canopies, and they provide shade, they provide habitat, they provide filtration of water, they suck up storm water. A young tree can't do it the way that a mature tree does it. It takes decades for a young tree to grow into a mature tree. And so I don't understand why we don't care about trees. I don't understand it. This project wouldn't have to remove those trees if it's designed a bit differently. And it's an agri-hood. It's supposed to be an environmentally good project, quote unquote good, but it's going to take out these 32 street trees. And I looked at the elevation, I looked at the street view in Google Map, and they are some pretty big trees there. And I hope they're not taking those trees out that I saw, the mature trees. I want to know which trees we're talking about. I would like to see them marked on a site plan somewhere. Which trees are coming out? I want to know they're mature
totally
trees.
support you on this, Susan. I agree. I want to know which trees too. There's a few trees there that I'm a little worried about. Given the fact that it's 2 minutes till 10:30.
I'm sorry, yeah.
No, I'm thinking, no, given the fact that it's 2 minutes to 10:30, we're not going to finish this tonight. And perhaps as a courtesy, Brian, maybe you could have your landscape architect flag these out, because trees and Leucadias, and we're crazy about our trees.
Yeah, so Chair, if you don't mind if I respond to that. Yes, our landscape architect is available tonight, and she can answer that question. But to your other point, I politely ask that you all please vote on this project tonight. We've done a lot of work to get to this point. You've gone through a lot tonight. Us being pushed to a February hearing does a lot of things in terms of our construction schedule and our ability to begin processing construction documents. We expect that somebody might appeal this to City Council. There's a lot of time considerations with this project. So again, I politely ask that you please vote on this project tonight.
Well,
Yeah.
can I respond to this one, Bruce? That is your right, but just so you know, we've got an exemplary review, or we have an exemplary record of not being overturned by council because we really do the full job. So if we're raking you over the coals, it's, you know, if you can assume that this case, seeing as some of the legal people out there talking about this may be appealed, it's better for you if we've done all of our work. But it's up to you. Yeah, I think it's up to you to choose call for an up or down. I'm sorry, Bruce.
You said almost exactly what I would have said. So perfect.
I learned from you.
Given the time that we're right at 10:30 now, we either. I mean, I feel we have not discussed greenhouse gases. We have not discussed several items that are even the exact subject of the negotiation, I'll call it, between Nolan and outside parties. And I really feel we should, so we make sure that we've created a complete record for if there is litigation, or better yet, if we do a complete record that makes it obvious that there is no grounds for litigation, then the project would move forward if that is what we do. So I would prefer continuing at this point. I don't feel we, in the minute or so left, that we can finish out our discussion. We're close. My guess is we still have another hour of maybe 45 minutes of discussion left. So what's the rest of the commission think?
I unfortunately agree with you. I think we're not going to finish this tonight. And Brian and Sean, if you want to push for an up or down vote, that I think that is your.
Yeah. Wait, before we go there, I just want to hear from the other commissioners real quick. Just so we all get out there as far as continue or not. I see a thumbs up from Amy, Brett, or Susan.
I agree. We really haven't completely hashed it. It's a great project. We probably will move it forward, but we want to move it forward the right way.
Okay, Brett, any comments?
Well, I question. I mean, I would like to move this project forward sooner than later, to be honest. I think that, and it's also puts us on a good footing with HCD to show the good faith we're making on projects like this. I don't know that we're going to overturn it, and I don't know that we really form the basis for a legal decision in a court of law when it comes to greenhouse gases. So I don't know if we're analyzing it to death or not. I mean, I'm willing to vote on it tonight, and I'll make that motion to approve the project with conditions of a gate on Cydonia, condition 2 of SCA number 33 for the Cydonia access to be limited to emergency vehicles, and item 3, SCA number 6, which allows the applicant to work with staff, develop a ratio of building permits and certificates of occupancies as seems best to benefit the project moving forward.
And then I think we had a couple others we talked about, and I'm not seconding or anything, but the California room not being converted to an interior, and
yes.
Open space easement on the field portion of the agricultural use limited to open fields or greenhouses.
In ground planting, yes.
And then a private gate in the northwest corner to give a continuous. So I had 3 that I'd written down. Any others? And again, I'm not seconding.
What about those mature trees, the preservation of mature trees?
We could urge the applicant to work with city staff to preserve as many trees as feasible and possible. I recognize your concern, I agree with it. And I do think we are too easy on taking mature trees out. I try to keep them personally, but you can't always. And I think that knowing the applicant, I think they have made a good faith effort, that I am lending them some trust in this case, but I think that we can make that a condition, that staff works with the applicant on preserving trees where possible.
Mature trees,
Correct.
trees, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I agree. I would like to see this move forward. I would like to see it move forward tonight if possible. I don't see it happening in the next -4 minutes. I'd like to make a motion that we extend this till 11 o'clock. Let's see if we can finish it off.
Oh, wait, there's already a motion on the floor that Brett made.
Sorry. Can I make a an alternate motion or a
Substitute
substitute motion. Thank you.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, I think we should move it forward. I think we should because of the holidays and because, you know, it's very difficult for someone who has a project going forward like this to be just put on hold and wait. It's economically difficult for them.
Is that a
So
second, Susan?
So I've got a motion, and Susan, did you second?
I'll second.
Okay. So now I have a motion and a second, and somebody help me with Robert's rules here. Can we entertain a substitute motion? And doesn't that take precedence then?
Actually, the motion that Commissioner Doyle put forth was a procedural motion that would take precedence over the substantive motion that's on the floor.
Okay. I'll second Kevin Doyle's, Commissioner Doyle's motion to extend to 11 o'clock in the hope that we can get it all done.
24 minutes. Let's do this right.
Okay.
Okay, so Bruce, I'm sorry, the motion that Brett made? Is that?
We're acting on that.
That's still on the floor,
Okay.
but according to Barry, Kevin's extension motion with my second is a procedural that takes precedence. And so we would vote on it first,
Okay.
and then decide what to do with the approval one.
How do I exit out? Okay, let me just ask IT about how it's operating on my end. Do I have to cancel out of this?
What's that?
So we kind of have like a double motion going on.
Oh, yeah.
So cancel?
Yeah.
Okay.
While they're all talking amongst themselves, we're going to stay on this call for another 24 minutes in order to discuss.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, I was.
The remaining issues we haven't discussed about the EIR and whether we can get a motion and approval.
Yeah, but what I heard from every single commissioner on this call, except for myself, is that you all are on board. So what are we doing?
We haven't said we were completely on board because we haven't discussed everything.
Okay.
And so I think the question on the table right now, there's two motions. The motion we'll vote first is the whether to extend, and the other motion is to approve as is without doing all the discussion that some portion of us want to do. So that's where it lies.
I'm
So
ready to call the question for the continuance if you are ready.
yes.
So Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Farrow,
No.
all right, Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Sherrod.
Aye.
Okay, so the vote passes 4-1 with Farrow saying no.
And,
So we will continue until 11.
and Brett Farrow's, your motion is still inactive, still active right now. We are, I guess, it's my understanding.
Yeah, forgive me for not having the rules memorized.
Oh.
Once there's a first and a second, don't we go to vote, or is it, how does discussion work at that point?
Well, we can discuss at that point. And otherwise, if and help me, Barry, but if somebody calls the question, that is the highest procedure, and then we would vote on it right then.
Correct.
And so, I mean, if there's no further discussion, we can call the question and vote on it and see if it passes.
I think what my goal is to not shut down the conversation, but I want to move more quickly through this. I think we can. I think, and then save time for adjournment and staff reports, and that's going to take about 10 minutes as well. So I would hope that we can try to move this along with it with, I guess, the overarching concerns you have at this point, knowing that the motion's made with those conditions.
Okay, so it's okay to continue discussing, and then we can.
Well, yeah, I don't want to shut down the whole conversation or take that kind of belligerent approach, but I just want to hasten. I don't want to hasten. I want to move this along faster than what we've been doing.
Okay, fair enough. So we were talking traffic. Are there? We have to make the. Can I ask a question of staff? I think, do we need? That was just one lump sum motion. Do we need multiple motions, Roy or Anna, as far as CEQA adoption as far as
We have tentative map,
project. Yeah.
design review, coastal development permit. I think those three are lumped together. Then we have to certify the EIR, adopt the statement of overriding consideration. And I think I saw in the notes, adopt the mitigation monitoring reporting program. Oh yeah, thank you.
Perhaps maybe Barry chime in if I'm saying this incorrectly, but I think probably the first step is to address the EIR and adopt the resolution certifying the EIR and the CEQA findings, as well as the statement of overriding consideration. And then following that would be the adoption of the resolution to approve the project with conditions that the commission wish to include.
I would agree with that order.
Okay, so the first one would be on page 89 of the staff report, and that's the resolution. So does everybody think the greenhouse gas discussion that they can make those findings, and we can make the finding for overriding considerations? That's and traffic impact and everything in there. So traffic.
I think the EIR is solid. Personally, I think the only real flaw that it's pointed out, which was a big one, was the traffic situation. And it's agreed that that is not mitigatable.
And perhaps flaw is not the right word.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
You're saying it's not flawed, but it is in mitigable.
It's the only yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used the word flaw. It is the only issue, unmitigatable issue. And it correctly pointed it out. So
yeah. So
in terms of certifying the EIR, I mean, that's separate, or I mean, the statement of overriding consideration is the key.
Yeah, and this is my heartburn with this is I don't feel that the mitigation measures are a drop in the bucket, and they're so minimal. And I think there are other, whether it's a school bus is the number one that comes to my mind. There are going to be quite a few students going to Capri, going to the junior high, going to the high schools, plural. And I think we didn't require enough mitigation there.
And there's not really any schools nearby. I checked. I mean, there's Capri is the closest school.
Right, and most school districts are getting rid of school buses. So.
Well, actually, we did just approve not so long ago a Waldorf School at Quail and Encinitas Boulevard, and there's also the Julian Charter School at Quail and at Westlake and Encinitas Boulevard. So they actually are schools very close by.
Yeah. Waldorf, I forgot about that.
And the Julian one is a public school, actually.
Well, I had felt the shuttle buses, and I hadn't even thought about the school bus, but that would be an even bigger benefit, I think. But the EIR kind of called them out. Chair, I'd like to hear from Brian Grover, if possible.
Is that all right, Chair?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I was going to say, if you could explain the school pool in particular, I think that might answer some of my concerns.
Yeah. So that was going to be part of my response. Thank you, Chair. As part of our TDM program, we do have what we call a walking school bus, a school pool. The schools in the vicinity of the site are actually a lot closer than that. Capri is not very far from the site at all. Just down Quail Gardens Drive is a future school site where Farm Lab sits today. That's easily within walking distance of the site. That school will be built at some point within the next 10 years. Great location for a walking school bus, right on Quail Gardens Drive, just down the street from us. So the intent is to, get kids biking and walking to school instead of driving them, whether in a bus or in their parents' vehicles or what it might be. But I did want to point out that we do have, parts of our TDM plan, which is a mitigation measure to address that significant unavoidable VMT impact that involves getting children to school safely and in a multimodal manner.
Okay,
And if I may,
go ahead.
just say that I am a complete cheerleader of safe routes to school. And this could be potentially a really neat footprint for something like this.
Okay, any other comments or concerns? It sounds like people are mostly comfortable with traffic, and any concerns about the greenhouse gas analysis and where it ended up from our climate action plan, Cap?
I personally didn't have a problem with that. I mean, it was called out by the Encinitas ECT, I forgot exactly.
Yeah.
But honestly, it didn't seem credible, the concerns.
Yeah, I didn't see substantive evidence of where their claim of 30,000 metric tons came from.
There isn't.
So, Brett?
Yeah, and I think, this is an auto-dependent location. We're an auto-dependent city. There's not too many goods and services you can walk to here. And with that, I think it's tragic in a way, but it's also where these sites are located. There's also the fact that we do have an agriculture operation with living soil that could act as carbon sequestration. And I think it certainly beats the alternative. So that's kind of just a layman's thinking about the greenhouse gas issue. And then there is where we can hang our hat on the overriding consideration, which is when something is significant impact but unavoidable. And I think in this case, if traffic's unavoidable, the greenhouse gas is unavoidable unless we don't approve the project, right? So we have a choice here. It's just kind of here we are. We need to use this consideration or concern, or I'm sorry, whatever it says. I'm getting tired here. That it kind of captures these two issues, and I do recognize them as major concerns. But I think that this is where we are with how this process has arrived, and we've arrived with a good project.
Yeah, I think I agree. So, Susan?
I really see it as something that City Council should take under consideration, that they really do need to start running some shuttles for things like school kids. And I think that City Council should really put their minds to this problem of, traffic flow at the times of day when kids are going and coming from school. However, for right now and for the immediate future, my kid's not driving to school or even going on my bicycle to school. My kid has been doing a lot of Zoom school. And so I'm not sure it's an immediate problem. I'm not sure when these kids are going back to school, but I think that the council would have time before kids go back to school, maybe next fall, I think is a realistic time when kids might be back in school full time finally. But, they have quite a few months before then. And I really think they ought to be thinking about shuttles for our city, small, frequent shuttles.
Susan, from being on the Environmental Commission, we have been talking about that for years. So I applaud you for bringing it back up. Thank you.
I'll just say we tried doing that in Cardiff also. I was also involved in the Safe Routes to School program for a number of years, and we tried getting a shuttle just between our two elementary schools here, and it was something even our Mayor Blakespeare did advocate for, and we couldn't get traction with it. So it's a good idea, but it's been difficult to implement. Doesn't mean it shouldn't be tried. I'd rather see some kind of larger transit solution where maybe transit for residents is free. So I think that's something else that we could look at or suggest for City Council. But today, I'd like to approve this project and move it forward. So,
So let's procedurally, I think you probably need to withdraw your current motion and second, and then we'll go forward with the EIR adoption. If that's, somebody can make a motion for EIR adoption, just to get the So we're gonna do it in sections.
Okay, I guess if that's what we have to do, because I thought, approving staff recommendations encapsulates all those issues, but if we have to go one by one, then fine, I'll withdraw my motion.
Yeah, I think I think we talked about, you may have been off screen momentarily. We
I was listening, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just page 89 is the first resolution to do in order.
No, I saw that.
So if I
Okay,
can.
so I'll draw a motion, we can go through them one by one.
Yeah, let's do can I have a motion for approval of the EIR? And including the statement of overriding considerations.
I'll make it a motion for approval of the EIR, including the statement of overriding considerations.
And do we have a second?
I'll second that.
And just for clarity, that also includes the adoption of the mitigation and monitoring reporting program.
Yeah.
And the findings of fact as well.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly as written on page 80. I don't think we have any modifications at this point on that resolution, right?
Nope.
So motion and a second. If no further discussion, we'll call the question.
All right, Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Farrow,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Sherrod.
Aye.
All right, the vote passes unanimously for that one. All right.
I'm trying to find where the where the other resolution was.
Yeah.
Anybody got a page number for it? Oh, 56, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And so there may be a little discussion here. The farm to table, is there any way we can capture the symbiotic relationship between the restaurant, the farm stand, the events, and the agriculture, that they support one another? What I don't want to do is approve something that can become a Chili's in the future.
Not to single out Chili's.
Brian, are you asking to talk, or are you asking? Are you just agreeing?
Yeah, sorry, Chair Ehlers, permission to speak. I completely agree with you, and you're looking for language to condition the restaurant so that it stays a farm-to-table restaurant. I would suggest something like a condition of approval requiring that the restaurant be a chef-driven, non-chain restaurant to address this concern, and we would obviously that would be acceptable to us.
Yeah, and can I back off even a little more than that and say that staff to work with applicant to develop some wording on agreement that would accomplish that? In other words,
integrate.
I don't think a condition of development is ultimately going to force you to force future owners to do it, but I want a mechanism to be put in place. And I don't know what kind of, it could be anything. It could be a condition of approval. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely, Chair. Our intent with this restaurant is to wow you and the community and create, the most true farm-to-table restaurant in San Diego County. So I have no problem with any of these, conditions.
Okay, so great. And so I'm trying to think, any other discussion? I'm trying to think I thought I had one other.
Well, wouldn't that just be part of CC&Rs?
It might be, that's a good question, but I'm saying let staff work that out with with the applicant, and that way the intent is known, the ultimate adopted agreement will be worked out, and
we don't need to come up with the perfect language right now.
Right, and the applicant, most importantly, the applicant is willing, so that's a easy way to do it tonight.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that it has to be a condition. So in order for us to enforce, it can't be in the CC&Rs because the city cannot enforce provisions in the CC&Rs because that's a private document. But to after hearing what you're suggesting, can we just say the restaurant shall be maintained as a farm-to-table restaurant to the satisfaction of the Development Services Department?
I like it.
Yeah. I would like to tie it more closely to the farm, using a substantial or significant amount of produce off the adjacent farm and other San Diego County farms.
Local farms.
Local.
I'd
Don't
say
do San Diego.
Local. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm good. Then I'm great. Okay. And we had the, okay.
And then Commissioner Farrow mentioned the condition related to the timing of the construction of the affordable units. Staff made a suggested provided suggested language modifying the condition that's currently in the resolution. I wanted to clarify if the commission could clarify whether or not you're supporting the suggested language, or are you suggesting a different language?
What I was saying with that was, because we've had a series of different iterations of that condition brought to us, that I wanted there to be a cooperative arrangement that if what's being proposed by staff is acceptable to the applicant, then that covers it. But I don't know that I was hearing that.
Yeah, through the chair,
yes.
That condition is not, it makes it impossible for us to build this project. I'd like the opportunity to further explain that to staff so that is understood. The easiest fix, and I don't know that we need to discuss this tonight, would be taking the original condition and just adding the statement on a building by building basis at the beginning of it. And then we're good. So I'll leave it at that, but as written, we do not support it. We would need to appeal this project because we wouldn't be able to build it.
Right, and so that's my point, is I think this needs to be hashed out, and it's even though we had an overarching city ordinance that tries to capture this, it doesn't, because this project is unique, and it kind of shows what happens when affordable housing is integrated into the project. So that's why, Roy, I think that the condition would be that working with the applicant on condition SCA number 6 to arrive at a mutually agreeable condition that allows the affordable units approvals to match with the market needs of the applicant, something to that effect.
Yeah, while guaranteeing that the low-income housing gets built.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes.
This is another case from back in the day on Sheridan where it didn't get built. So
I can tell. Yeah.
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 And I'm good with that. Everybody else good with that wording?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. One quick check.
I think we had the gate also on Cydonia.
I got that listed. So the stuff we had, I think we're good. You know, we'll read it back right before we vote on it. I'm just making, are there any other new ones? Was there anything on parking on Cydonia? I think we're going to leave that up to other entities within the city. Okay.
Chair, if you don't mind, Brian Grover here again. I just want to make a note on parking. It wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but this was discussed by several commissioners, and we, the applicant, have no intention of parking off-site, particularly on Cydonia Street. And as such, we support, we've discussed with the Fox Point community a desire on their part to create a residential parking permit program in the future, and we fully support that. So I just want to go on record being very clear that we have no intention of parking on that street.
I understood, but it's the unintended consequences, and as a traffic commissioner would know, you know, that'll be up to a traffic commission or the traffic commission at some point, or
better put to them. Yes.
Yeah. So, but right now we're adopting. So far, we haven't proposed any change to the any parking in here. So, okay, if there's no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I think we almost need you to make this motion.
We do.
Oh, thank you.
Did you include including the working with staff on the mature trees as well?
Yep, I got that one down here too. And
Okay,
I may need help on the SCA 6 and a couple others, but let me take a shot at forming a motion here. Move approval with the modifications in the memo for the first stuff. I think there were there changes on it in the memo. Yep. And then addition of a condition, new special condition that California rooms will not be converted to interior rooms. That the open space easement, another condition that the open space easement or an open space agricultural easement will be placed over the fields, the growing fields, that would allow for either open field or greenhouses for growing and not permanent, not
no permanent.
well, greenhouses could be considered permanent. I was going to say no more intense structures than a greenhouse.
An open space agricultural easement in perpetuity that would require in-ground agricultural uses
or greenhouses on the field
where the 5.2 acres of the site. Yeah.
Yeah. No, so how many acres did you say?
I think it's
I think I heard you say 5.5.
Right.
Well, 5.5, yeah, maybe it is 5.5.
5.5 acres, yeah.
Chair, if you don't mind again, applicant here interjecting again. I just want to caution, we do have permanent structures associated with the agricultural operations in the eastern portion of that area. I would be careful how you word this condition because those need to be allowed.
Yeah, and that's why I said the field portion, the current field portion. So the easement actually wouldn't extend across your buildings or your livestock area. I would leave that for whatever structures you needed to do. But the vast majority, and I don't know the exact acreage, but I would leave it to staff to bound it.
Okay, we accept that. Thank you.
Okay. And then that city staff will work with the applicant to maximize the preservation of mature trees wherever possible. Okay.
Yeah, good.
And last one would be SCA 6 modifications that the staff would work with the applicant to modify SCA 6 such that it balances the feasibility of distributing the very low income units throughout the project while also guaranteeing that the project will complete them as part of the project before occupancy.
That's actually good.
Yeah. That's actually good. Yeah. Even at 11 o'clock at night. You know?
Wow.
I think, did I miss any conditions that?
Was it a Cydonia gate?
Oh,
there was a gate of the BMP.
Thank you. And I had it written right here. Add a private gate in the northwest corner. So between the retention, what do you call it? BMP ponds, BMP areas, in order to have a continuous fence gate barrier on the western boundary.
Yes. Did we capture SCA number 33 in there also?
I didn't list it yet. What?
Okay.
What
That's
were
the emergency access only.
I was whether we were going to change that to just put a period at the end of the sentence without the added bit. I know.
Whatever you think best, Kevin.
Yeah. That was why I was talking about the EIR and the implication of what's happened, that I think anybody trying to open that permanently would have a very high hurdle to overcome. But that's my opinion.
I agree.
So,
Chair, if I may, Brian Grover again. I completely agree with you about the high hurdle. The reason why we're requesting that the language be changed is to, it's because of our integrity. We made a commitment to those neighbors, and we want to show that in writing. This is actually very important to us, how this is worded, and it's because of that relationship. They've trusted us, and we want to show good faith. So this is really important.
Okay. And Anna, do you want to respond? And is there I take it you changed it for a reason.
Correct. Yes. As mentioned before, it was to allow flexibility, recognizing that there is a process that still would need to occur to make it happen. This was our recommended condition.
And how does that differ from what was proposed by the neighborhood and Nolan?
If you can see the screen, I'm not sure if you see the two conditions here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. So the sentence that says, "At no point in the future shall Nolan or the Master Association support the conversion of this emergency access point to a general access point." And that to us appeared more of a private agreement, as Brian Grover had mentioned. So we did delete that and made it more of a generalized condition.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's really not part of a condition in any way. It's not incumbent upon.
Yes.
It's not.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm okay. On record, staff's writing, I think, is appropriate in this case. But I recognize.
Brian, I appreciate you standing up for it and standing up, but I think it's moot as far as what it does for the statement, the condition, right?
Permission, Chair. It's not actually that language that you're looking at right now. It's the addition of a couple words that were added at the end that says, unless necessary for public health or safety. Yeah, that. If you could just take off that last little part and just put a period after future, we're good. That's leaving the door open as far as the neighbors are concerned. We have no intent to do that. I don't see why we need to leave the door open. We'll put, we'll make sure in our CCNRs, if that's in there, that it can't be opened at all in the future, just to stay true to our word. It's pretty important.
I understand why you put the flexibility in there, Anna, and from a legal standpoint, I'm okay with taking the words out and leaving it very succinct too.
I agree.
I think that the law enforcement and the emergency first responders will go through if they need to anyway. I don't think that you can stop them from coming in an emergency through a gate. I don't think that any wording that we put would value over human life. So
yeah,
they're going to rescue people if they need to go in.
I always caution people in planning commission discussions that these statement of conditions are a weak enforcement no matter what. And for instance, the Home Depot statement of conditions says there will be no merchandise on the front of the property, on the front of the building or in the parking lot. Well, that's never been enforced. So my motion, I'm going to drop the wording and make it as the neighbors and Brian. And does anybody else support that?
I support that. You're putting a period after the word future, correct?
Yes. Yeah. And
I support that too.
Deleting the caveat.
Yeah.
So
correct.
I'm good with it. But I also recognize that the enforcement of that is something that might happen in the future and it could get changed. So, as a neighbor, I wouldn't bank the whole protection on that statement alone. It's part of it, but it's not all. So
okay.
that I think, any other additions to the motion that I've made?
None.
No further discussion. We'll call, did I get a second? I didn't hear, did I get a second?
Oh.
Who wants to second that?
Susan, you can have it.
Okay, Susan second. And if no further discussion, we'll call the question.
All right, Chair Ehlers?
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Farrow,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Sherrod.
Aye.
All right, the vote passes unanimously.
Okay, and thank you everyone for staying late. And I won't say any more in the interest of time here. So moving on, future agenda items. Are there any items planning commissioners wish to add to future meeting?
Have the broadcast.
No? Planning commissioner reports? Any planning commissioner reports? No? City planner reports and commission follow-up log. Roy?
I will try to keep this as short as possible. 2 items. 1, City Hall will be closed between Christmas Eve and will reopen on January 4th of the new year. And then second is we have commission appointments. We have 2 seats that are up and applications for, it's the Cardiff and Old Encinitas seats. The incumbents deadline applications is January 14th, 21st, and all other applications are due January 21st of the new year. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. And so thank you. And I really mean thank you for staying long. It was well worth it, guys. And the reminder that the next meeting, January 7th, is canceled. And our next regularly scheduled meeting is January 21st, 2021. And this meeting is now adjourned to the regular Planning Commission meeting of January 21st, 2021 at 6 p.m. Thank you. Have a very good holiday.